All right, Cui Bo nodded. Just do what you can. Then, the next match, Li Feiyu versus Jiang Qiu. Everyone looked at the list of battles. In addition to the first battle between Tang Jie and Liang Yui, there were several other decisive battles outside of the 7 chambers of commerce. The rest were without suspense. This time, the difference in strength between the 7 chambers of commerce and the other chambers of commerce was too great. It was almost impossible for them to counterattack. Tian Yuan, Mando, and Lei Feng, who were originally not very optimistic, were even better, directly suppressing the 4 core alliances. Yun Xiao returned to Tianyuan Trading Company's seat under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Ding Ling was very nervous. She said in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, Xianxia." Yun Xiao smiled. There were too many words in this young Master Yun. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you yesterday." Ding Ling's body trembled and she cried happily, "It's all right, thank you." Silence was better than words. The friendship and trust between them would only be stronger from now on. "I figured out Yuan Bo's matter," Yun Xiao said in a low voice. "Perhaps we'll have to start with Myriad Treasure Store to find out the whole story, especially the few elders they sent to Songhua City this time." He looked over at Cui Bo, Xian Yutong, Ren Guangjuan, and Di Shenghua one by one and said coldly, "Yuan Bo clearly knows that I'm not strong enough, but he still came to me for help. It's obvious that there's no place for him in the 10,000 Treasures Tower. There must be someone among the 4 elders involved in this matter. All 4 of them are extremely powerful," Yunshang said worriedly. "None of them are ordinary people. With our current strength, we can't do anything." "Don't worry," Yun Xiao interrupted. "I'll be careful. I won't act rashly before I'm sure." Only then did everyone feel relieved. Suddenly, Mo Xiaochuan's pupils constricted, and his eyes, which were fixed on Yun Xiao, flickered with a bright light. No one had noticed that Yun Xiao's cultivation base had risen from 6 stars Martial Emperor to 7 stars Martial Emperor. He had broken through to 1 star in just one night. How much stimulation and crazy training did he have to go through to achieve such results? Mo Xiaochuan's throat was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva and remained silent. He had already buried the matter in his heart, but his fists were clenched tightly. The first round of duels ended very quickly. The martial arts competition used a point system, and the one with the most points would be first. When the drawing of lots for the second round began, Ding Ling's face suddenly changed after she got the green ball. She raised her hand and waved it in the direction of the back seat. It was actually number 1. Humph! A cold snort came from Chun Feng's mouth. The Mando Chamber of Commerce's number plate was number 2, and the 2 were not in the same group. "What are you snorting for? You really need a beating." Young Emperor Hao Lian glared at him. "You're just a toad, and you're only relying on your father's protection to have for such beautiful women. This is already intolerable by the heavens. Do you believe that I won't hit you? Impudent! Lord Cui, this person has spoken rudely. How should we deal with him?" Zhu Keating asked Cui Bo angrily. "Rude," Yun Xiao sneered. "Even if you speak rudely, it's the people of Tianyuan Trading Company who speak rudely to the son-in-law of the Mando Trading Company. Why do you, an outsider of the Blade Sect, have to meddle in our business? Did you also marry into the Mando Chamber of Commerce? You coward! You little brat! You're so arrogant and lawless just because you have some ability. Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you?" Zhu Keating said coldly. "Li Yunxiao is right," Cui Bo said coldly. "Even I didn't think of that. Chen Feng is the son-in-law of the Mando Chamber of Commerce, and Xiao Jingming is an elder of the Mando Chamber of Commerce. You can be said to be a member of the Merchant Union, but you, Elder Zhu, with your status, how can you discipline my people? This buy-in..." Zhu Keating was speechless. With his status, he did not have the right to interfere with the other party's actions in the double meet. Moreover, the members of the Blade Sect were obviously not welcomed here. This could be seen from the cold hostility and ridicule coming from the surroundings. "All right, Li Yunxiao. Just you wait. I'll come back to you after the business alliance is over." Zhu Keating flicked his sleeves angrily and left. He returned to the Mando Chamber of Commerce's seat in silence, but he stared at Xianxia with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The people of the Merchant Union could not help but admire Xianxia, as he was the only one who had the courage to offend the Blade sect. "Dogs that bite don't bark," Xianxia said disdainfully. "The louder they bark, the more useless they are." Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Zhu Keating clenched his fist in anger. The air exploded, and a few of the Mando Chamber of Commerce's people were sent flying. Could be seen that he had reached his limit. Young Master Yun's demeanor is truly fascinating. Feiyu is ashamed. Li Feiyu couldn't help but admire him. "If you encounter a duel with young Master Yun later, please show mercy." "Good, good," Xianxia said with a smile. "You're welcome. Brother Li still owes me a favor. I wonder when you'll return it." "Of course, there is a Xianxia." Li Feiyu broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly turned around, not daring to say anything more. He was afraid that if he made a mistake, the other party would extort him again. If that happened, he would really be in tears. Xianxia turned his eyes to the water curtain, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The person he was going to fight in the first round was actually Xianxia from the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. "Young Master Yun, blow him up with one punch." Young Emperor Haolian waved his fist and cheered loudly. Both of them leaped onto the Tiangang enamel plate. Xianxi's face was filled with a faint smile, and his haughty temperament was not inferior to Yunxiao's. Li Feiyu suddenly thought of something and asked, "Who do you all think will win this battle? Who can win?" "Do you even need to ask?" Ren Guangyao said with a wry smile. "It's Li Yunxiao, of course. If he can even defeat Chen Feng, then I'm afraid only Feiyu can fight him." Li Yunxiao. Li Feiyu looked at the bet on the water screen, which was almost one-sided, and his face turned strange. "There's no doubt about Li Yunxiao's strength, but I have a feeling that Xiangzi Xieji is very strange, and it's hard to detect its depth." "Xiangzi's strength is indeed strange," Shen Yutong said. "Even I can't see through it. But the final winner will definitely be Li Yunxiao." Now that he knew Yunxiao's identity, he naturally had no doubt about the outcome of the battle. Even if Yunxiao only had the strength of a 7-stars martial emperor at the moment, it was absolutely impossible to kill him without the help of a martial emperor. Even a martial emperor might not be able to do it. Min Chengxiang of the Mando Chamber of Commerce also had a solemn look on his face. He had full confidence in Xiangzi, but he began to lose his confidence when facing Yunxiao, who could even defeat Chen Feng. The atmosphere on the heavenly astral jade plate suddenly became a little tense, and even Yunxiao noticed that there was something strange about the other party. What a strange feeling. Do you have some powerful trump card?" Yunxiao asked as soon as he thought of it, making everyone feel dizzy. Of course, almost everyone had a trump card, but they would not say it out loud. That's right. I do have quite a few trump cards. I thought I wouldn't be able to use it, but I feel like you're not ordinary either. Perhaps I'll be able to use one or two." Xiangzi was not at all afraid, and his eyes suddenly turned serious as he said, "You really didn't get anything from the Heavenly Art Tower?" Yunxiao smiled. "Oh, you seem to be very sure that I've gained something. Could it be that you understand that spell tower? Then may I ask what I should get?" Xiangzi said coldly, "Humph. I'm not going to argue with you. I know that no one can beat you with your mouth. So let me use my strength to knock you down and then take that thing. Let's see how capable you are." Yunxiao faced him head-on and made an inviting gesture. Xiangzi snorted coldly and did not hold back. He kicked with his legs and rose into the air, attacking. His cultivation level had always been at the level of a 1-star martial supreme. Under this impact, it had directly increased by 2 levels and rushed to the level of a 3-star martial supreme. Mo Xiaochuan furrowed his brows and said, "What a strong explosive force. Is he a 3-stars martial supreme? Maybe it's far from his limit, and this is just a warm-up." Xiaohuang Haolian wasn't worried at all. Who cares? As long as he hasn't reached the rank of a martial supreme, I don't think anyone can pose a threat to young Master Yun. On the jade plate, Yunxiao responded unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged hundreds of blows with his 4 fists in the air, and the air around him was constantly being blown up. Rings of spiritual pressure spread out, causing the second layer of defense to be activated. Both of them were fighting in close combat, simple moves without the slightest bit of trickery, completely a kind of head-on fighting style. Elder Xian, you seem to have a lot of confidence in Li Yunxiao, Li Feiyu suddenly said. Do you know why he is able to fight a martial supreme without being at a disadvantage even though he is only a 7-stars martial emperor? Xian Yutong's eyes were fixed on Yunxiao the whole time, as if he wanted to see through his true combat strength. He did not even look at Li Feiyu, but said indifferently, martial arts and body techniques. Martial arts and body techniques? Li Feiyu was stunned. Body techniques are easy to understand, but I can see that Wu Fu's martial arts are also very ordinary. Xianxia's martial arts aren't any weaker than his. Cui Bo's eyes turned serious. Feiyu, you are not a martial supreme after all, so your observation is limited. Although Yunxiao's moves are simple and seem to have a lot of unnecessary movements, there is actually a smooth flow of rule power in each move. According to this situation, I'm afraid he can even withstand a few levels higher than a 3-stars martial supreme, let alone a 3-stars martial supreme. What? Li Feiyu was so shocked that he almost couldn't help but cry out. Isn't rule force something that only martial sovereigns can control? That's true, Cui Bo said with a wry smile. Li Yunxiao's identity is too mysterious. He has overturned a lot of my knowledge. I won't find it strange even if Feiyu loses to him. His gaze fell on Xian Yutong and he said, Elder Xian seems to know something. Can't you tell us so we can understand? Perhaps it will be of great help to Feiyu when he defeats this person. Everyone in Myriad Treasure Store looked at Xian Yutong. His face began to return to its sallow color and he no longer spoke. Everyone looked disappointed. If Xian Yutong didn't want to say it, no one could force him, even if the Tower Master came. He had always been like this for so many years and everyone knew that. Inside the enamel plate, although Yunxiao and Xianxia were fighting fiercely, both of them looked at ease, and it was obvious that they had not used their full strength. But even so, the second defense on the plate was still activated to prevent the aftermath from spreading out. Haha, Li Yunxiao, you really have some skills. But how long will this fight last? You'd better show me your true ability. Xianxia laughed loudly and suddenly retracted his palm, gathering power in the air. Rays of golden light appeared like wheels and gathered from all directions. They gathered in the palm of his hand and were accumulating power. As you wish, Yunxiao said. His hands suddenly formed seals at a rapid speed, and the power of the seals spread out from his hands. Although the people outside the enamel plate could not feel the power of his palm and fist, they could roughly see it from the flashing defensive light on the plate. At this moment, the enamel plate was filled with a dazzling golden light, and the two figures were almost indistinguishable. Jin Tao's palm. Xianxia suddenly shouted and flipped his palm down. Golden light bloomed like a resplendent flower. There was a roar between heaven and earth, as if the sky and earth were being overturned. The entire sky became a little dark. Yunxiao's golden seal also suddenly blasted out, gathering the power of the 4 extremes of heaven and earth, making the already dark sky gloomier, as if a heavy rain was coming, and making it hard for people to breathe. Heaven-Earth Seal. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two of them exploded on the jade plate. The 5-colored protective light on the plate trembled, filling the sky with colorful clouds. The gloomy and dark sky was broken by this attack. The dark clouds gradually dispersed and the sky opened up. As for the two people who had made their moves, their bodies were knocked back by this collision. Their chi and blood were in turmoil, and the fighting spirit in their eyes was getting stronger and stronger. A draw. The people below the stage were extremely nervous. Up until now, the two of them were actually evenly matched. A draw. Zhu Keating's expression was serious. He controlled his precision in the duel just now, which made it look like a tie. But to think that he can achieve such control in a duel with an expert who is one major realm higher than him. Chunfeng, you didn't lose in vain. Chun Feng's face was filled with resentment as he snorted heavily. If his power is greater than his opponent's, why is he controlling it like this? It's better if he doesn't defeat his opponent directly. Chun Qin was puzzled. Zhu Keating shook his head. You don't understand. Right now, the two of them are constantly testing each other's strength. That's why neither of them is willing to show their true cards. Yunxiao's action was also to make the other party scratch his head. He's the best in both strength and intelligence. It's not a good fortune for our blade sect to have such a talent in the merchant union. Shui Luoyan's stomach was filled with resentment when she heard this. She could not help but say, as one of the 7 superpowers, can't your blade sect deal with Li Yunxiao alone? If young Master Qinfeng is defeated again and Li Yunxiao takes first place, the agreement between our two sects will be invalid. When Xiao Jingming heard this, his heart was suddenly filled with joy. He thought to himself that if the contract was invalid, then Chun Feng and Shui Luoyan's marriage alliance would be impossible to mention. This might not be a bad thing for him. He couldn't help but laugh and say, I think Chun Feng is going to lose for sure. Prepare to change his face again. Haha. Chun Feng was furious. If Zhu Keating was not here, he would have already taught him a lesson. Zhu Keating glanced at Shui Luoyan and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about that, Miss Shui. Before I came, the two sects had already made a new agreement. No matter what the outcome of this duel was, Miss Shui would have to marry young Master Qinfeng. From now on, all the matters of the Mando Chamber of Commerce will have nothing to do with you. You just have to prepare to be a bride and serve young Master Qinfeng wholeheartedly in the future. What? Shui Luoyan and Xiao Jingming's expressions changed drastically. Xiao Jingming almost couldn't sit still as he said angrily, When did this happen? Why didn't you know that I came here with you? Zhu Keating furrowed his brows. In the past few days, he had also discovered Xiao Jingming's intention to defeat Luoyan. This was also the reason why he and Qinfeng were not on good terms. Otherwise, the two great geniuses of the Blade sect would not have any grudges against each other. Shui Luoyan said coldly, My marriage is not up to anyone else to decide. I can marry him if he can defeat Li Yunxiao. I, Shui Luoyan, will only marry a strong man. If you can't defeat him, why don't I marry Li Yunxiao? Wouldn't it be better than marrying trash like you? How audacious! Pa! Die! Chun Qin shouted angrily as she sent a slap across Shui Luoyan's face. She was much stronger than Shui Luoyan and her opponent was unable to dodge. A crisp sound rang out as she was hit. Bitch, you dare to hit her! Xiao Jingming had been so shocked by Shui Luoyan's words that he had not been able to react in time. Now that he saw Shui Luoyan covering her face, he was so angry that he slapped her back without saying a word. Pa! The slap didn't land on Chun Qin's face, but was instead grabbed by Qinfeng. His arm was in great pain, and he said angrily, Chun Feng, let go of me. Chun Feng flung him away and looked at Shui Luoyan with cold disdain. He said in a cold voice, But you are nothing in front of me. After I marry you, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong will be your elder sisters, and I'll have them discipline you well. When Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong heard this, they were all secretly overjoyed. They all revealed cold and arrogant expressions as they stared at Shui Luoyan. Shui Luoyan covered her reddened face, completely unafraid of Chun Feng's gaze as she sneered, We'll talk after we win. I've seen too many men who only know how to brag. Chun Feng's face twitched. He coldly turned his head away and continued to stare at the arena. At this moment, in the arena, Xianxia's expression also became serious. He said coldly, You're controlling your strength so that I can't see your true strength. You're quite capable. In that case, let's see how long you can keep up with my strength. A ray of light appeared in his hands, and he gradually pulled it apart in front of him, forming a long spear with an astonishing aura. 9th tier profound armament. Yunxiao's heart jolted, and his pupils constricted. It wasn't that he was intimidated by the might of a 9th tier profound armament. It was just that to be able to own a 9th tier profound armament at this level of strength, it definitely wasn't an ordinary identity. He was suddenly even more curious about Xianxia's origins. Not bad. You have good eyes to recognize my divine spear of Luo Ho. It's indeed a 9th grade item. As for your true strength, I don't think there's a need to test it anymore, because I'm about to see it. A ball of light burst out from Xianxia's body and surged into Luo Ho's divine spear. Immediately, the weapon accumulations shook and the entire spear body shook. At this moment, the defense of the entire jade plate automatically activated the third layer of defense. Everyone's expression changed greatly. The enamel plate had blocked the waves of the battle inside and also blocked the spiritual awareness of all the people below, making it impossible to check the situation above. However, the moment Luo Ho's divine spear appeared, just the power of the tool accumulation was enough to create a third layer of defense. One could imagine how powerful it was. With a flip of his hand, the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Sword appeared in Yunxiao's hand. It shone with a cold light, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. This time, he did not have Xianxia, so he directly brandished the sword and attacked first. Wherever the sword chi passed, lotus flowers bloomed, looking extremely beautiful. What a powerful and beautiful sword technique! The crowd sighed with emotion. This beautiful sword technique, coupled with Yunxiao's ethereal figure, made him look like a fairy. They were so jealous of him. Xianxia snorted coldly. His spear trembled in the air and shot out. The tip of the spear emitted a cold glint that landed on the lotus flower, destroying it one by one. Clang! Luo Ho's spear touched the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword, and immediately, a circular green light rippled out. Xianxia used force to press down on the body of the spear, and the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword was instantly suppressed, its aura shrinking smaller and smaller. Yunxiao suddenly released his right hand, which was holding the sword, and slapped it on the hilt with a palm technique. The sword immediately flicked up and shot out a beam of sword energy, which then rolled up in the air and slashed toward Xianxia's forehead. At the same time, a sword radiance appeared in his hand again. Another long sword was unsheathed, drawing a few patterns in the air. Then he raised the sword and flew up. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retracted his spear to strike down at the sword. A green light slashed down, and with a bang, it knocked the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword back. Yunxiao's sword and body as one had arrived. After smacking away the sword, Xianxia held the handle of the spear in front of him to block Yunxiao's flying attack. Bang! A wave of power spread out, and Xianxia's body was forced to retreat in the air. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and the Northern Heaven's Cold Star Sword was pulled back into his hand. With two swords, he did not want to miss any opportunity. He crossed the swords in front of him, then raised them high, condensing them into two white sword beams above him and slashing them down. After Xianxia was shaken off by the sword ray, the qi and blood in his entire body were in a state of shock. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme danger welled up in his heart. He saw the two sword rays that had crossed each other form a crooked cross and spread out in the air. In an instant, it covered the entire enamel plate. Fuck! You're going too far. You're courting death. Xianxia shouted in anger, and the Luoho divine spear in his hand began to spin. Behind him, the image of a strong man gradually appeared, and the strong man was holding onto the shadow of a spear. As Xianxia struck out with his spear, the illusionary figure also threw it out. The spear's momentum grew and broke through the surrounding sword chi suppression, turning into a flash of lightning and charging forward. Boom, boom, boom. The two slashes that seemed to have merged together suddenly collided with the spear light. They actually lasted for an instant before they were broken by the spear light. The entire sword aura was like a broken bamboo as it was disintegrated by the spear aura. The spear beam's momentum was not reduced, and under Xianxia's control, it pierced straight at Yunxiao. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he spread his swords like wings and poured a surging power into them. Snowflakes began to fall from the air, and soon, a vast white expanse appeared. What's going on? He's going to take this spear head on. Everyone was shocked. The spear light of the divine spear had already reached his chest, but Yunxiao still turned a blind eye to it and was still brewing the sword chi between his two swords. Xianxia's pupils also contracted, and a feeling of being looked down on welled up in his heart. He said coldly, "You're looking for death." Swish! The spear light instantly pierced through Yunxiao's chest as if there was no resistance, then came out of his back and pierced through the air. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Not good!" At the moment the spear light broke through Yunxiao's body, he turned into a body of blue lightning and flew toward the spear. The bone-piercing chill on the two northern heaven-cold star swords was like a pair of scissors grinding meat. Before the sword chi arrived, the cold air was already threatening, making Xianxia feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. 3,000 karmic hindrances. Luo Ho's strike. In his panic, Xianxia's body retreated several times to buy himself some time. The long spear in his hand spun out rays of green light, breaking the cold air that was attached to his body. He brewed a spear power and blocked it in front of his body. Clang! The two northern heaven-cold star swords suddenly struck Luo Ho's spear. A powerful energy spread out rapidly from the point of impact of the three weapons. The green and white light intertwined with each other. Looking through the five-colored light on the jade plate, it was exceptionally beautiful. The two figures were submerged in the strong light. Yunxiao and Xianxia, who were in the same realm, did not feel as comfortable as the onlookers. The two forces hit their bodies directly, and Yunxiao could not swing his sword in his thunderbolt form, so he could only condense his sword into a solid form. White beams of light shot out of his body, and the moonlight constantly weakened the impact of the green and white forces. The veins on Xianxia's body were bulging, almost reaching an unbearable level. He had been caught off guard and was forced to defend himself. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his body and destroyed his bodily functions. Ah, damn it! Xianxia could not help but roar. The endless force from Yunxiao's swords pressed down, as if he wanted to end the match with this one strike. How arrogant! I won't let you have your way. Xianxia's face contorted, and pew-pew-pew sounds came from his body. A series of explosions rang out, and his muscles began to bulge. His expression became extremely abnormal. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he felt the power coming from the opponent's spear growing stronger and stronger. From the initial bitter defense to the current reversal, a force was sent into his body. Is this the Tao Wu's demon transformation? No, it doesn't look like a demon transformation, but woo-woo. Yunxiao stared at Xianxia's face with an indescribable shock and strangeness in his heart. He even felt a fear from the bottom of his heart spreading across his body. Not good, it's the power of the bloodline. An extremely strong pressure. This person is also a descendant of the dragon, and the strength of his bloodline is extremely strong. The phantom dragon's shocked voice came from his soul. His voice trembled as he said, "How can I feel such a strong sense of dragon bloodline? My God, he can't be the first-generation direct descendant of the ancient true dragon, right?" Yunxiao was taken aback. It was the pressure of a dragon. No wonder it was so familiar. It was very similar to the feeling coming from the dragon bone pearl, but very different. No wonder he was so interested in the things above the spell tower. It turned out that he was a descendant of a dragon, and the benefits of getting the dragon bone bead would be great. Yunxiao did not have much time to think. The counterforce from his hand grew stronger and stronger, and finally exceeded the limit of his resistance. A huge force burst out and knocked him away with a loud boom, sending his two swords flying out of his hands. A mighty force pressed down on his body, shaking his body so much that he couldn't transform into lightning and escape. He could only constantly channel the power of his physical body to resist it. The Devil Sky armor also condensed into a physical body. Unfortunately, after the demonic chi was dispersed, this armor had almost no spirituality and could only resist some simple attacks. Finally, Yunxiao coughed out a mouthful of blood as he looked ahead in horror. His physical body had been activated to the supreme tyrant body, but he still could not resist the monstrous force, and his heart was shaken out. He didn't dare to use the power of the imperishable golden body in front of so many people. If any rumors were to spread, he was afraid that he would immediately attract a fatal disaster. Young Master Yun. Everyone in Tianyuan Trading Company's seats was shocked. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked at the enamel plate in horror. The fact that the attack could be reflected back and make Yunxiao bleed showed how powerful it was. At this moment, Xianxia was holding onto the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear was pointed on the ground, and an indescribable murderous aura was constantly rushing out of his body. His face was still contorting and changing, and a faint demonic shadow appeared around his body. Just by looking at it, one could feel a tremor coming from the depths of one's soul. Yunxiao was not the only one who was shocked, but all the people in the Merchant Union were dumbfounded. They did not dare to look at the faint shadow. Oh my God! What was that? Just the phantom image was already difficult to look at. If it directly revealed its true body, wouldn't everyone have to bow down on the spot? Gulp! Cui Bo swallowed hard and said in shock, "Elder Min, where did this person come from? And what is the shadow that appeared beside him?" Elder Min's face was also dazed as she muttered to herself, "That unfathomable power that even I feel terrified of is this shadow? What is this thing?" Everyone felt dizzy after hearing this, so he didn't know either. At this moment, Tang Jie, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the Nirvana plate. His expression changed drastically. Luo Ying had been treating him and noticed his awakening and abnormality. He frowned and said, "Tang Jie, what's wrong?" Tang Jie muttered a few words in a low voice that no one could understand, as if he was complaining and dissatisfied. Then, to Luo Ying's shock, he actually soared into the sky without saying a word, turning into a ray of light and flying into the distance. "Tang Jie!" Luo Ying shouted in confusion, but he did not get any response from Tang Jie. He watched as Tang Jie disappeared into the horizon, in the direction of the Four Extremes sect's encampment. The matter of the Tang tribulation had attracted everyone's attention, but at this moment, most of their thoughts and energy were focused on the phantom image beside Xianxia, so everyone was only distracted for a moment. Tang Xian's face turned serious and she snorted lightly. He probably got scared and ran away. After all, he's already a half-human, half-demon existence. Perhaps the illusory image on Xiangxi's body made him even more afraid. Tang Xian herself didn't believe these words. She just said a few words to ridicule Tang Jie, which made Luo Ying frown. But the shadow beside Xiangxia was really too terrifying. He didn't know what it was, and even he was shocked. Not to mention the participating martial artists. Even all the martial emperor powerhouses were shocked as they looked on in horror. Yunxiao, who was in the enamel plate, was the first to bear the brunt. If it were not for his extremely strong soul power, he would not have been able to withstand the pressure. A descendant of the dragon? Luo Qingyun was also a descendant of the dragon, right? Why is there such a huge difference? Yunxiao was drenched in cold sweat as he began to circulate the Great Expansion divine technique to calm his soul and dispel the fear in his body. Following the circulation of the Great Expansion divine technique, the demonic dragon also slowly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "The difference in bloodline is too great. How can they be compared? The shadow next to this person seems to be the son of a dragon. Although it's not an ancient true dragon, it was a rank 10 god realm existence in ancient times. This person should be the descendant of that dragon." "Damn it," Yunxiao cursed. "It's just an ordinary technique, but it has such a powerful dragon's might. How can we fight this? His bloodline power is strong, but it seems like he can't control it," the demon dragon said in a deep voice. "That's why he can only release his dragon's might. He can't cause you any real harm." "I understand. It's just that I'm a little scared to attack the son of a dragon." Yunxiao gritted his teeth and made a hand seal. The two northern heaven cold star swords on the ground flew up and, under the control of his hand seals, rose into the air, hanging there and emitting streams of cold air, which made him feel very warm. Xiangxi's face became extremely ugly. On his forehead, two transparent bumps appeared. It was as if there were horns on them that were about to burst out, but they were unable to do so. The illusionary image of the son of the dragon flickered and returned to his body, and the pressure gradually disappeared. Holding his spear, Xiangxi stared at Yunxiao and said coldly, I didn't expect to reveal this state so quickly. It's really a surprise. However, this is also the end of this martial arts competition. He clenched the spearhead with force, and a strong wind burst out, shaking the plate and causing it to emit a defensive light. Xianxia felt a huge force hitting his face, and he could not stand straight. Everyone below the stage turned pale with shock. This was too shocking. Just the power of a strong wind could make the enamel plate emit a defensive light. How strong was the power on Xianxi's body at this moment? Even Li Feiyu and Qin Feng were shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. They asked themselves, would they not lose if they were in their place? The two of them had no confidence at all. The answer was unknown. 3,000 barriers are untainted by dust. Luoho, one purple gold spear. Attack! Xiangxi shouted softly. His long spear created sparks on the ground. The black shadow of a dragon suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear. The spear and body became one as it pierced through the sky. A sharp light pierced out and covered the entire heaven and earth. Everything on the jade plate was within the attack range. Yunxiao's face was extremely solemn. Even if Xiangxi's current state was not at the peak of martial honor, he was not far from it. He formed a hand seal and the two swords flickered. One of the swords had a rainbow-like momentum and the starlight on it was extinguished. The other sword had a chi flow in the sky and the sun appeared inside it, as if it was the first light of dawn. Under his control, the sword chi of the two long swords seemed to have a spirit of its own. It was about to break through the swords and condense. The power on the swords shook and tore apart the space suppressed by the spear light, breaking through all the restrictions. What? Xiangxi was shocked. The sword chi from the two northern heaven frigid star swords made him feel an indescribable sense of danger. Originally, once his Luoho purple golden spear was out, victory would definitely be secured. Now he was a little suspicious. However, the spear's momentum had already started and there was no more room for negotiation. Xiangxi could not help but increase his strength a bit more to boost his confidence. Yunxiao's face was solemn. Using two 9th-tier mystic artifacts at the same time had consumed a great deal of his soul power. But if not for that, Luoho's purple gold divine spear would not have been able to withstand it. Sword art, morning light, sword art, star destruction. Two light shouts rang out. The two 9th-tier profound armaments seemed to have gained a new life as they let out a happy sword cry. Sword chi soared into the sky and welcomed Luoho's divine spear. Boom! The dazzling light was like an aurora in the sky. After a moment of silence, it spread rapidly. The defensive light on the jade plate also lost its color, and the entire formation plate was as bright as day. Gulp! Zhu Keating swallowed his saliva, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. He said awkwardly, "Are those two long swords really 9th-tier profound armaments? A 7-stars martial emperor is using two 9th-tier profound artifacts at the same time. That's fine, but were my eyes playing tricks on me when I saw those two sword techniques just now?" Qin Feng was also shocked. The power of those two sword techniques is not weaker than the double sword array that welcomed my heavenly tribulation that day. Who the hell is this Li Yunxiao? He asked. He actually knows so many powerful martial skills. Zhu Keating's eyes were also unprecedentedly serious as he said in a low voice, "I can't judge the double sword formation you mentioned, but these two martial techniques look like the sword skills of the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. I can't believe it. A 7-stars martial emperor is using two 9th-tier profound armaments at the same time to display Gu Feiyang's sword technique. Am I dreaming?" Cui Bo's face was also extremely serious. He said in shock, "It's really Gu Feiyang's sword art. What is he? Could it be that Gu Feiyang didn't die and took in another disciple?" Ren Guangxin asked. "If this person is Gu Feiyang's disciple, then it makes sense for him to have such high achievements in both martial arts and magic." Cui Bo shook his head and said, "From the information we've gathered, Gu Feiyang can't be alive. This person must have learned it by chance. But what's even more shocking is that there really isn't any information on this Xiangxi. To think that he's also so amazing in both martial arts and sorcery, could it be that he really appeared out of thin air?" "Yeah," Ren Guangjun sighed. At least Li Yunxiao can find out his background in the southern region. This Xianxia is really stupid. Elder Xian, do you still think Yunxiao will win? Everyone's eyes were on Xian Yutong. He said with a rare serious expression. To be honest, although I have great confidence in Li Yunxiao, I'm a little shaken at this moment, because I seem to have thought of the origin of that Xianxia. What's his background? This time, everyone in the 10,000 Treasures Tower was greatly shocked, and they all perked up their ears to listen. Xian Yutong's expression returned to that of silent agreement, and he said lightly, I can't be sure yet, let me be sure first. Everyone felt dizzy and stared at him with resentful eyes. They had never seen someone who whetted their appetites like this. In the Tianyuan Trading Company's seats, Mo Xiaochuan was also shocked when he saw the two-sword techniques. He exclaimed, Not good! Young Emperor Hao Lian looked at him with disdain. Don't make such a big fuss, okay? Once the sword art is used, all the little rascals will die. This is a good thing. Does Xiaochuan mean that he's afraid of being exposed? Yunxiang asked after some thought. That's only one of the reasons, Mo Xiaochuan said solemnly. Even if someone knows the sword manual, they won't be able to guess young Master Yun's identity. What I'm worried about is that young Master Yun has even used his sword technique, and he's holding 2 9th-grade swords at the same time, which proves that he's in a very bad situation right now. Otherwise, he would never have exposed his trump cards and strength like this. What should we do? Ding Ling said anxiously. Judging from Xiangzi's appearance, he might not be human. If we can't win, I'll admit defeat on young Master Yun's behalf. No! Mo Xiaochuan exclaimed. Even if you really want to admit defeat, young Master Yun has to say it himself. Don't forget his status. Ding Ling was worried and thought, that's right. He was Martial Emperor Vanquisher. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would never admit defeat. However, he still had the Divine Realm tablet with him, so he wouldn't lose so easily. What am I thinking? He'll definitely win. Young Master Yun will definitely win. The light on the jade tray gradually dispersed, and the figures of the 2 men were revealed from the light of the extreme day. They stood quietly, about 10 meters apart, with Xiangzi's Luoho spear in his hand and Yunxiao's 2 long swords in front of him. Streams of cold air were sweeping up from the tips of the swords, and they were still full of energy. Yunxiao was the first to cough out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and a large area of his body was covered in cracks, bursting with a violent aura. He had to retreat several steps before he could stabilize himself. Although this enamel plate was extremely hard and extremely suitable for martial arts, it was even more brutal for the dueling warrior. It couldn't dissipate even half of the power, and all of it was absorbed by his body. The violent qi in the spear aura directly entered his body and destroyed his limbs and bones. Fortunately, the tyrant body tempering secret art could absorb the destructive power to repair his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the sound of wind hissing could be heard. Xiangzi's expression was miserable. A cloud of blood mist burst out from his left and right shoulders with a bang, and then 2 blood arrows shot out like a fountain. The spear tip of Luo Ho's divine spear dragged on the ground with a low sound, as if it was extremely dissatisfied. Under the violent blow just now, it actually ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries. Damn it! A mere insect actually injured my body. Xiangzi's face was filled with disbelief. He was so angry that he kept roaring. As he roared madly, the pressure of the son of the dragon spread out again, making people's hearts tremble. Yunxiao's face flickered. Although he looked worse off than Xiangzi, the heaven-defying effect of the tyrant body tempering technique had healed most of his damaged body. Immediately, he quickly formed a seal with his hands, sending incantation seals into the 2 swords and sending them flying again. Xiangzi's expression changed greatly. He said in shock and anger, The gang sword has 2 9th-tier profound armaments. The sword technique from earlier, can you still use it again? His face was filled with disbelief. The ability to control 2 divine swords at the same time and display a world-shaking and overbearing sword technique had already exceeded his imagination, even if it was only once. Double swords, Form a formation. Yunxiao's face was cold, and he paid no attention to Xianxi's shock. As he kept sending incantation seals into the swords, the two swords began to resonate, and beams of golden light shot out of the swords and circled around the swords to form an array. The arrays of the two swords kept clashing with each other, and finally, they formed an array that emitted a terrifying sword chi and soared into the sky. Yunxiao's body trembled slightly as well. A battle of this intensity was extremely taxing on him. Sword diagram, rise. He gave a light shout, and the double sword formation suddenly rose into the air. The two northern heaven cold star swords held the eye of the formation, and a terrifying aura spread out in an instant. The entire sword diagram flew into the air and struck down on Xianxi. Xianxi's expression changed drastically. The terrifying aura on the sword picture was not any weaker than the previous two sword techniques. Before the sword picture landed, the surrounding space had already started to shake so much that it was about to shatter. The third ray of defensive light on the jade plate had been activated, and it was basically the greatest defense that could be activated for anyone below the martial supreme realm. Damn it! I don't care about the agreement anymore. Let's kill this kid first. As Xianxi roared these inexplicable words, a black light flashed in his hand, and an item appeared in it. Although Yunxiao could not see its appearance clearly, the aura it exuded made Yunxiao's heart tremble. That was an absolute true dragon's secret treasure, and just like his dragon bone pearl, it was emitting pure dragon chi. Bombard! Yunxiao suddenly shouted and pressed down the seal in his hand. His expression was extremely serious. This kind of powerful dragon vein, if matched with a dragon body secret treasure, who knew what kind of effect it would have? He only felt that this Xianxi had too many secrets, so it was better to make him admit defeat as soon as possible. The sword picture came crashing down under the pressure of his hand seals. The item in Xianxi's hand flashed and turned into a black light that covered his body to meet the power of the sword picture. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi collided, and the sword radiances were shot in all directions. The two northern heaven cold star swords spun rapidly in the air, and the power of the 9th tier weapon accumulation and sword formation could almost destroy everything. Roar! Suddenly, at the center of the explosion, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. The defensive light of the entire jade plate was instantly activated to the 4th layer. It was a defense level that would only appear in the Battle of Martial Emperors. Everyone was shocked, not only by the change in the defense of the Heaven's Spine jade plate, but also by the roar that shook the hearts of everyone. It was as if there was an infinite dragon's might spreading, shaking everyone's heart and causing them to feel a shock from the bottom of their hearts. Those weaker cultivators immediately knelt down on the ground, trembling. Bang! Bang! The sound of two blades rang out, and Yunxiao's northern heaven's cold stars sword was knocked back. In his horror, he hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with both hands to control it, only to find that the backlash was too strong, and the two swords were coming straight at him. He hurriedly turned around and teleported away, and the two swords clanged. It was inserted into the jade plate and trembled endlessly. A black shadow rose up from the jade plate. Xianxi's entire person had already undergone earth-shaking changes. His entire body was covered in black scales. His entire person had been completely transformed into a demon. Two black horns grew out of his forehead, and his face was ferocious. He stared at Yunxiao below, and the divine spear of Luo Ho in his hand unleashed an even more powerful force as he tried to dive down. Everyone was completely stunned by this scene. Not to mention what was going on with Xianxi, the power in his body was already not inferior to that of a martial sovereign. How could they fight? Just as Xianxi was about to rush down, a faint voice rang out in the air. You were too impulsive and forgot about our agreement. If you ruin it, don't expect to get that thing. But fortunately, Luo has already finished her preparations. Down below, Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, even uglier than when he had to face Xianxi's angry blow, because he had recognized the owner of the voice. The air trembled, and several figures gradually appeared. Their loose, long robes fluttered in the wind as they stood quietly in the sky. Yunxiao's heart jolted. It was indeed Shang, who he had not seen for a long time, and several demons. Tang Jie, who had left earlier, was also among them, as well as Elder Hao of the Four Extremes sect and the 4 martial sovereigns who had followed Tang Jie. There were 11 of them in total, and each of them exuded a powerful aura. A hint of fanaticism appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He chuckled and said, "Can you give me that thing first?" "I've always been a man of my word," said Shang with a smile. "I hope you can keep your word too. I'll give it to you after the deed is done. Aren't you afraid that I'm not strong enough to suppress these people, and in the end ruin your plans?" Xianxia snorted. It said that as long as the descendants of the dragon can gather all 9 dragon body secret treasures, their bloodline will return to their ancestors, and the power of the true dragon will return to their bodies, Shang said, smiling. They'll become the true spirit of 10 directions. You have dragon scales, dragon horns, and if I'm not wrong, the Luoho spear in your hand should be made from the spine of a dragon. With the 3 treasures and your heaven-defying bloodline, you'll be able to intimidate everyone for a short time. Xiangxi's face flickered, and he could not help but tighten his grip on the spear. The original form of the spear was his biggest secret, and he had not unsealed it even when he was fighting Yunxiao just now. He did not expect that Yunxiao would see through it with a single glance. "Let's hope so. I'll do as you said. I'll only help you for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. That's all I can do. After that, no matter what the result is, you have to give me the dragon's eye." "Of course," the referee chuckled. The people of the Merchant Union were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand why so many people had appeared in the middle of a martial arts competition, and all of them had powerful auras. Their conversation seemed to be a conspiracy. Cui Bo frowned and shouted, "Xiang, what's wrong with you? Do you still want to compete in martial arts?" Luo Ying and Tang Xian were also dumbfounded. They didn't know what Tang Jie and the others were up to. From the looks of it, that Xiangxi was actually in cahoots with these demon race people. Min Qingxiang was also stunned. He shouted, "Xiangxi, this is a Pichio. All right, I'm done." Xiangxi's face revealed a cold expression and said sarcastically, "Do you think I came to your trashy chamber of commerce to be a disciple for a few mere 9th-tier materials? Tisk, it's just for the quota of the martial arts and technique duel. I don't need it anymore." Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant when he said he didn't need it. With a wave of Shang's hand, Yu, Li, Yi, and Fu, the 4 demons, turned into beams of light and spread out in 4 directions. Soon, a loud boom came from the 4 corners of Song Yang City. Cui Bo's face darkened. Where did this demon come from? How dare he disrupt the duels of the Merchant Union? Damn it! Get out of here! He struck out with his palm in shock and anger. The entire sky trembled and the shadow of a palm appeared above Songyue Yang City, striking towards Shang and the rest. "Elder Hao," Tang Jie suddenly said. The power of Cui Bo's palm was not something they could take on. The one with the highest cultivation here was Elder Hao. Although he was no match for Cui Bo, he was not far off. Without saying anything, he shouted and a shadow of a fist appeared, pressing against the palm wind. The 2 overbearing forces scattered in the air, causing the weather to change and the sky to darken. Cui Bo was shocked. If the 2 of them were to fight, the entire Songyue city would be destroyed. He quickly stopped and shouted, "Tang Jie, what are you doing? Do you know what a great crime it is to destroy the martial arts and martial arts duels?" Tang Jie ignored Cui Bo's angry shout and turned to Xiangxi. "Why aren't you moving? Who can stop them when they get angry?" Xiangxi chuckled, and the aura on his body began to become extremely murderous. The 2 horns on his forehead slowly grew out like bamboo shoots. As the dragon horns gradually appeared, the illusory image of the son of the dragon from earlier appeared once again. The dragon's might erupted, and the expressions of everyone in the sky changed. They were struggling to resist the pressure that came from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the people of the Merchant Union were all shocked. Earlier, when they were isolated by the heavenly armor enamel plate, they had already thought that the dragon's might was difficult to resist. At this moment, they were even more shocked. The dragon's might was even stronger than before, and at the same time, they were horrified. Was Xiao fighting such a monster just now? What does he want to do? Xiao looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Most of his mind was still rapidly recovering his strength, but he felt more and more uneasy. The dragon sensed Xiao's mood and snorted, "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, there'll be tall people to hold it up. There are so many experts here. How can these mere demons cause any waves?" "I hope so," Xiao consoled himself. "But these demons are not ordinary people, and they are not stupid. Why would they do something they are not confident in? I still think there's a problem." Boom, boom, boom. The sound came from all around Songyue City. Looking from the four poles, a huge dust cloud was shaken up, as if something was rising into the sky. After Xianxia formed the two dragon horns, he shook the Luo Ho divine spear in his hand. The body of the spear trembled violently in the air, and streams of sealing power were released from it. His left hand formed a seal, and he kept chanting the ancient characters. The illusory figure on his body became stronger and stronger. This buy-in. Chui Bo looked at the divine spear of Luo Ho in horror. As each seal was removed, the power of the dragon's might grew stronger, causing the fear in the depths of his soul to grow. Not only him, but every member of the merchant union's expression changed drastically, and they began to feel that something was wrong. How can this dragon power Kasaya be so strong? Cui Bo, I have a bad feeling. If it continues to grow stronger, I'm afraid everyone will be intimidated by it. Zhang Chong's face was filled with shock. Even he felt a lingering fear. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were unable to resist the power of the dragon's might and began to bow down in fear. Chui Bo also had a bad feeling about this. He could no longer care about the consequences and shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together and take down these demons." He was the first to rush up, followed by a few rays of light behind him. They were the martial emperor powerhouses. Shang's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. Instead, he pointed in the air and a palm-sized round plate appeared in his hand. It grew in size instantly, and the entire sky changed. The four corners of the sky suddenly shone with a dazzling light, which flew over and gathered on the round plate. The round disc spun bigger and bigger, and the various patterns and symbols engraved on it seemed to come to life at this moment. They flickered non-stop, and complicated formations were constantly activated on the round disc. The formations stacked on top of each other and spread out. Shang's hands quickly formed a seal, and a terrifying golden tadpole-like character appeared in his hands. He slammed it down from the sky and into the disc. In an instant, an ethereal ancient sound was heard. It seemed to be the sacrificial language of the demon race. The voice was extremely solemn, moving, and extremely charming. It presented two opposite states, and one could only judge that it was a female voice. As the ancient sound rose, a strong light shot down from the disc and spread below. The power was so strong that it could almost annihilate the entire city. Its target was Cui Bo and the other powerhouses. So strong. What kind of formation is this? Chui Bo and the others were shocked. The attack from the disc seemed to be in sync with the strange movement in the distance. It had gathered the power of the four extremes of heaven and earth, and was able to unleash such a powerful attack under Shang's control. However, such a powerful attack formation would definitely have a flaw, and that was that it could not be used for a long time or on a large scale. Everyone, let's work together to hold on, otherwise, Songyue City will be in danger. After this attack, we'll join forces to break through this formation and capture this person. Chui Bo and the others suddenly cast their defensive techniques in the air. All kinds of light flashed around them, connecting with each other to form the simplest defensive barrier. However, each of them was a powerful warrior. Although they did not form a formation, the simple accumulation of barriers was still a great defense. Boom! The aurora fell and shook the barrier. The light spread in all directions, and the entire sky changed color. It was completely separated by the barrier and the aurora, as if they were two different worlds. The people of the Merchant Union were all shocked. as if the end of the world had come. They looked up at the sky in horror, wondering what their fate would be. A battle of this level was no longer something they could interfere with. Even Xianxia had a serious look on his face. He seemed to realize something as he kept his eyes fixed on the terrifying disc. The various formations on the disc were connected from head to tail and were still being activated. It was so complicated that it shocked him. Those formations were not only used for defense or attack, but also for a large number of strange symbols. One by one they were unsealed. This was definitely the Jushi wheel that he had heard of before. It was not an ordinary item. The terrifying spiritual pressure in the sky gradually dissipated, and the dark world began to reveal bits of light. Cui Bo and the others were all shocked. To set up a formation of this level, other than the high requirements of the formation and the powerful profound level weapons to suppress the formation eye, the time and primordial stones required were huge. Tang Jie and the others were using it unscrupulously at this moment, proving that they had long been fully prepared. This matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Luoying was also among the people in the sky. He shouted in shock and anger, "Tang Jie, Elder Hao, what are you doing? What are you doing? Ha. Of course I want to start a new era for the Merchant Union." Tang Jie laughed. "Luoying, as long as you swear your loyalty to me, you can live today." What? Luoying was shocked and laughed in anger. "What a joke! How ignorant! With just the few of you, even if you have this formation to rely on, do you think you can kill us? Tang Jie, is your brain damaged? If the sect master finds out about this, he won't let you off." Tang Jie said coldly, "How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vast seas and wide skies? Father already knew about this, or else he wouldn't have sent Elder How to help me." What? Everyone was shocked. It turned out that the sect master of the Four Extreme sect, Tang Qing, was also involved in this. Luoying and Tang Xian's faces were extremely ugly. It seemed that the two of them were in the dark and were obviously abandoned pawns, especially Tang Xian, whose face was completely distorted. Hidden Dragon patted his shoulder and said, "Calm down and wait and see." "In the sky," Cui Bo shouted coldly. "Luoying, don't waste time talking nonsense with them. The longer we delay, the more power this formation plate will recover. Let's attack and take them down together." Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came from above, followed by a powerful pressure that rushed directly into the soul. At this moment, everyone from the Merchant Union was shocked. They looked over in shock and saw that Xianxi's appearance had changed. There were 2 horns on his forehead, and the divine spear of Luo Ho had disappeared. There was only a spine wrapped around his body like a whip, exuding a shocking pressure. Meanwhile, Xianxi's hands were closed together, his 10 fingers spread out, and his hand gesture actually formed the shape of a dragon's head spitting out beads. However, there were no beads in it. That ghastly white bone floated up in the wind, and the aura of his entire body rose to a critical point that was almost about to explode. A dark dragon's shadow gradually appeared, faintly overlapping with him. "Arg! He's a member of the sea race." The demonic dragon suddenly cried out in fear. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, and each of them is different. However, this dragon's son, whose body is completely black, is called the Horned Dragon, and he is the ancestor of the royal family of the North Sea. Xiao licked his dry lips and said, "A Pai Xiao of the sea race and a Pai Xiao of the royal family. Let's not care about his identity and background. What is he trying to do?" Xiangxi's cold voice rang out in the air. An extremely powerful dragon might suddenly exploded out and gathered on the dragon's head in his hands. He muttered coldly, "The sigh of the true dragon." Boom! As his shout rang out, everyone's hearts trembled violently. It was as if their souls had been struck by a 1,000-pound giant hammer, causing them to lose their minds in an instant. A large number of people with weak strength even had their souls shattered under this dragon's might, dying on the spot. Cui Bo and the others were the closest to Xiangxi and were the first to be attacked. All of them were mentally damaged and spat out blood. Although they were powerful, this kind of spiritual attack that went straight into their souls still made them panic. The terrifying dragon pressure didn't dissipate after the attack. Instead, it pressed down like a mountain, shaking those who hadn't died. They all prostrated on the ground and trembled continuously. This was the innate respect they had for the supreme godly state experts in their souls. Cui Bo and the others were terrified. Under the dragon's might, their souls felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. They could not resist at all. This formation and dragon's might are too strong. There's no hope of winning in the short term. Zhang Chang's expression changed greatly. Let's work together to set up a barrier. Even if the dragon's might is unstoppable, it can be greatly weakened. We'll slowly think of a way, or else everyone in the city will suffer. Cui Bo looked down and saw that half of the people in the central square had been killed by the dragon's roar, not to mention the rest of the people who were scattered throughout the city. He felt a chill in his heart. The sudden change in the battle of martial arts and magic had killed tens of thousands of people in the blink of an eye. He was completely at a loss. At Zhang Chang's command, they flew down like machines. All the martial supremes formed a formation near the enamel plate. A pale yellow barrier suddenly opened up and spread out, enveloping everyone in the square. As expected, the pressure on those who had not died was greatly reduced when they joined forces. However, they were still terrified and could not muster up the will to resist. Xianxia's expression was not relaxed either. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he said, "What speed are you guys trying to do? I can only sustain this level of dragon's might for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Once the time is up, if I keep my promise, I'll leave at my own will." "Don't worry," Shang smiled faintly. "An incense's worth of time is enough." At this moment, a large amount of qi in the city rushed up and was constantly being absorbed into the Jushi wheel. Tang Jie's eyes lit up and he grinned. "Is this the life force of the person who just died?" Shang nodded and said, "The meaning of sacrifice is to give up the 5 senses and 6 senses, to give up all forms of dharma, and finally reach the other side. This wheel of sacrifice is a profound level weapon created by the powerful people of the monster race to complement the divine skill of sacrifice. It helps the souls of those who died in vain to ferry their souls, and help those who have not died to reach the nirvana realm." Tang Jie licked his lips and chuckled. "It's better to be a good person than to kill. This is really a good thing." Shang ignored the sarcasm in his words. With a point of his finger, the armillary sphere flew out from his body and landed on top of the Jushi wheel. The formation on the wheel was still changing, and suddenly, a faint shadow emerged from it, forming the image of a woman, holding the armillary sphere with both hands. A powerful life force was continuously extracted from the Jushi wheel and poured into the armillary sphere through the hands of the woman's illusory figure. Yunxiao's body trembled violently, and he almost lost his mind and allowed the dragon's might to break into his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. The woman's shadow that appeared on the couche will turned out to be the woman with heavenly shine gold on his body. The statue of the woman with golden crystal of South Fire in the dead land of South Fire City. The shadow was also blurry, but Yunxiao was very sure that it was the woman. He would never forget that fleeting glimpse he had in South Fire City. Tang Jie and Shang's conversation was not concealed at all, and it was heard by everyone. The people below all had goosebumps all over their bodies. These demons were actually trying to absorb their life force through the formation. Those who died would be sent to the afterworld, and those who did not die would be sent to the afterlife. Zhu Keating's face was also very serious. Although he didn't believe that a mere profound level weapon or array could take all of their lives, Chun Feng and Xiao Jingming were the core disciples of the Blade Sect. There couldn't be any mistakes. Although Chun Feng's cultivation level was higher than Xiao Jingming's, at this moment, the dragon's might was directly pressing down on his soul. Xiao Jingming's condition was actually much better, and he was even continuously splitting out his soul power to help Shui Luoyan resist it. "Sir Cui, you are the host here. What should we do now that this has happened?" Zhu Keating asked. Cui Bo's expression turned ugly. "It's really unexpected. The dragon's might can shake one's soul, and it's hard to resist. I've checked this so-called Zhu Shi Luan formation with my divine sense just now, and it has sealed the entire Songhua city. Even the void path is sealed off. Moreover, under the dragon's might just now, I estimate that at least half of the city has been injured or killed. He was already being very conservative. Other than the cultivators from the central region, there were very few people from the other cities who could survive. The #1 shopping center in the world for thousands of years had actually encountered such a tragic event. Luo Ying's expression was extremely unsightly. He looked up and roared, "Tang Jie, don't let a single mistake cause eternal hatred. These demons have taken the lives of hundreds of thousands of human beings and are the greatest enemies of the world. If you don't surrender to the light and the dark today, you will be hunted down by the whole merchant union, or even the whole world." Tang Jie looked at him coldly and sneered, "Luo Ying, no wonder you can only be the vice sect leader forever. What you lack is not only cultivation, but also ambition and domineering. Only the weak would be hunted down by the people of the world, while the real strong should be hunting down the people of the world. A general success was built on 10,000 bones. Which unparalleled expert did not step on countless corpses to reach it? If these ants can be used by me and become a stepping stone for my Tang dynasty's hegemony, their lives in this world will have meaning. It's me who let these ant-like lives bloom with brilliance. This is also the meaning of sacrificing. Only by sacrificing can we reach the other side." "You coward! You're crazy, you're really crazy." Luo Ying was so angry that she couldn't speak. In the current situation, it was useless to say anything. We're all knowledgeable, intelligent, and quick-witted people. Cui Bo asked anxiously, "Do you have any ideas? If this continues, we'll really reach the other side in less than an incense's time," he said with a bitter smile. In addition to the supreme dragon's might that suppressed a city, the demonic power on the Kush will also begin to reap the lives within the formation. The enchantment they formed began to feel more pressure and could only shrink its range. The people on the outside screamed and squeezed in. "Everyone," Su Danha shouted angrily. "All those who are not from the 7 merchant alliances, stay 80 feet away from the core. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." As soon as she finished speaking, her palm struck out like a knife, directly cutting a disciple who was squeezing in into two. The disciples outside of the 7 merchant alliances gasped and retreated in horror, not daring to rush forward again. Everyone fell silent, their eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, but no one dared to say anything. Even the people from the 7 merchant alliances fell silent. Although Cui Bo frowned, he did not say anything. At this time, although they were united against the enemy, everyone was selfish. Moreover, the 7 merchant alliances were the main force in defending against the enemy. Although the other merchant associations had some martial supreme powerhouses to support the barrier, their ability was still very limited. Tang Xian suddenly said, "Although I don't know this kind of demonic formation, all the formations in the world communicate with the heaven and earth through some symbols that represent the elements and power of heaven and earth. This Zhu Shi Luan formation should be the same. The way I see it, he must have passed through the formation eyes in the 4 corners of Songyueyang City, constantly transmitting the power of the 4 poles, which is why he can resist everyone's joint efforts. The key to breaking this might be to break the power of the 4 poles in the 4 corners." Cui Bo was overjoyed. "I forgot that young Master Tang Xian has obtained the inheritance of the king level's 800 formations. Your understanding of formations is rare. Since that's the case, why don't we send out our experts to break the 4 formation cores?" "Send experts?" Zhang Chong frowned. If it wasn't for everyone's central defensive barrier, let alone breaking the formation eye, even the few of us with the highest cultivation would be frightened by the dragon's might outside. How could we break the formation? Everyone fell silent. It was difficult to even get out of the barrier in the current situation, let alone break the formation. Moreover, there were also Tang Jie and a few martial sovereigns from the 4 extremes sect guarding the sky. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. "I'm afraid only 9th-tier great alchemists can fully resist this dragon's might," Tang Xian said with difficulty. "Even an 8th-tier alchemist can't do it." Everyone's eyes fell on Yun Xiao, Cui Yuan, and Xiao Jingming, who were the only 3 8th-tier alchemists in the team. Cui Yuan smiled bitterly. Although that dragon's might is pressing down on me, it's not to the point where I can't resist it. However, my martial cultivation is only at the 7 constellations realm martial emperor realm. How can I fight against those demons? Xiao Jingming also snorted, and then he didn't say anything. His cultivation also stopped at the 7 constellations realm. At that moment all eyes fell on Yunxiao. I'm only a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm, Yunxiao said with a frown. Don't tell me you can't tell? Everyone was stunned. This was true, but in the battle with Xianxia it was 100% the power of a martial honor. It was even much stronger than the average martial honor. Young Master Yun, Cui Bo said with a wry smile, we're already at this point. If we don't work together, we'll really be hopeless. You're the only one who has a chance of breaking the formation, so I hope you can consider the big picture. Yun Xiao snorted coldly. If the sky falls, there will be a tall man to hold it up. I'm not a tall man. What's there to worry about? Also, you all saw the battle with Xianxia just now. I have no elemental energy left. My body and mind are exhausted, and my body is weak. All right, just state your conditions. Qian Wudi suddenly glared and said, do you think I don't know you? Do you want primordial stones, medicinal pills, or profound-level weapons? Hurry up and tell me. Yun Xiao was taken aback, but then he said unhappily, Brother Wudi, do you really think I'm that kind of person? It was so sad and tiring. The basic trust between people was gone. First, give me a few bottles of 9th-ranked energy recovery pills. I really did lose a lot in the battle just now. Cui Bo took out a jade bottle and said, there are 3 Yuan Yang blood restoration pills inside. They're divine healing pills. Cui Yuan also pondered for a moment and took out a jade box with some reluctance. Inside is a Tianshu soul restoring pill. It's extremely effective in replenishing soul power, and its value isn't below tier 9. Good stuff. Yun Xiao grabbed the 2 bottles, poured out 1 primordial yang blood restoring pill, and swallowed it together with the Dubhe soul restoring pill. He immediately felt the surging energy burning in his body. His essence energy and soul power both increased. Ha! It's a treasure indeed. He glanced at the others and frowned. What about you guys? Don't tell me that you're only planning to let the Myriad Treasure Store spend money while you pick up what's ready-made. Haven't you recovered your physical strength? Su Danha said angrily. You've only taken one of the 3 pills Cui Bo gave you, right? What's it to you? Yun Xiao frowned. What does it matter to you how many I take? This is the spirit of unity and the importance of the overall situation. You want me to go out and fight to the death while you all watch from the back? My heart is so cold. Qian Wudi was dizzy. He patted his head and said, everyone, let's bleed a little. At this time, let him slaughter us. We'll decide for ourselves which is more important, wealth or life. He took out his storage bag and threw it over without even looking at it, saying, when the time comes, your friends and lovers will go to the other side with you. Don't think that you can escape this disaster alone. You don't have to worry about that. Yun Xiao chuckled. With the Divine Realm tablet, he could take all the people of Tianyuan Trading Company into it. However, it would be too terrifying to show it in front of these people, and if he escaped today's disaster, it would also leave him with endless disasters. After everyone heard Qian Wudi's words, they all opened their wallets, not even letting off the people from the Blade sect. They extorted a huge sum of money, making Qinfeng and Xiao Jingming so angry that their faces turned green, but they didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, a few figures flew over from the 4 corners of the sky. The east pillar is complete, Rain said with a serious face. The pillars of the west have been completed, Li said. Wing's shadow also appeared in the sky and said, the pillars of the south have been completed. The north pillar is also complete. Fu's voice was calm. The air shook, and another figure gradually appeared. It was Li Yi. His face was calm and indifferent, and he said coldly, destroy the 4 inter-province transportation formations outside the city. Every word fell on the merchant union's ears like a trial. Although they did not know what the 4 obsidian pillars meant, it was not a good thing for them to complete them. especially when Li Yi said that the 4 inter-province transportation formations had been destroyed. It made their hearts sink. Li Yi's eyes were like an eagle looking for prey below, and when they suddenly fell on Yunxiao, he trembled and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Shang, can you let Li Yunxiao come out? I want to eat this man alive." "Oh," he chuckled. "Do you also have a grudge against him? This person is too dangerous. Even the sacrifice array will not be able to hurt him. You will have the chance to attack later." "Eh? Is he really that powerful?" Xianxia, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with disbelief. Richard smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that Yunxiao had the Divine Realm tablet, and as long as he hid in it, the Jushi wheel would not be able to break through the power of a realm no matter how powerful it was. However, as long as his armillary sphere was repaired, he would have the power to kill him. Suddenly, Shang's expression changed. His eyes glowed as he said coldly, "Li Yi, you're too late to destroy the teleportation circle. There's already a little mouse that has sneaked in." "What?" Li Yi was not the only one. Everyone was shocked as well, and they all looked forward. The space in front of them cracked like a mirror, and a chariot slowly emerged from it. The flame above the chariot was burning non-stop, but below it was like a wave. The chariot was shining with a golden light, making it impossible to look at it directly. "This is a Xianxia." Tang Jie had already recognized the chariot in front of him. His face suddenly changed, and his whole body became extremely nervous. The people of the Merchant Union also widened their eyes in ecstasy. Cui Bo said, "Great! It's a golden law enforcement war chariot. Ha! We're saved." The crowd cheered, and Sudan has suddenly glared at Yunxiao and shouted, "Li Yunxiao, give me back my things. It's finally here." Hidden Dragon's eyes turned cold as he snorted. "I've said it before, we don't need to deal with Tang Jie personally." Tang Xian's face also showed a knowing smile, and a faint coldness appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Did you guys lure the law enforcement officers here?" Luo Ying's body trembled, and he asked in shock. Tang Xian said coldly, "Tang Jie colluded with the big demon. Of course, such an important thing must be reported to the sacred zone as soon as possible." The moment he abandoned himself and mixed with the demon race, he was no longer a member of the 4 Extremes sect, but the public enemy of the entire world. Enemies of the world naturally have to be eliminated by the world's leaders. Luo Ying's entire body turned cold when he heard this. There was truly no affection between these two brothers, and they were completely at odds with each other. Tang Xian's face was gentle. "Uncle Luo Ying, I'm afraid my father will also be involved in the big demon's matter. By then, I'll have to rely on you to bear the responsibility of the 4 Extremes sect." Luo Ying's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhang Chong smiled and said, "Young Master Tang Xian, you put righteousness before family. You've saved everyone from danger. This is a great merit. We will support you." Tang Xian was overjoyed. She cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, everyone." Zhang Chong's words undoubtedly represented the position of the money gang, which was to support him unconditionally. Tang Jie looked down from the sky and said coldly, "A bunch of ants. Don't be happy too early. So what if they're the law enforcement officers of the Holy Region? They'll still come here and never return." On the golden chariot stood 3 men in full armor, their eyes cold. The leader held the hilt of the sword at his waist with his left hand and shouted coldly, "A few days ago, I received a message saying that Tang Jie of the 4 Extremes sect was colluding with the demon race to harm the continent. I didn't expect it to be true. Now that you've seen this law enforcer, surrender and follow me back to the Holy Region to await my punishment." "It's just 3 low-level martial sovereigns," Shang said after a quick glance. "Let's end this quickly. We don't want the Jushi formation to be affected. Leave it to the 4 Extremes sect." Tang Jie grinned. "Elder Hao, I'll order the 5 of you to attack together and end the battle quickly." The aura of the 5 of them immediately rose and pressed down on the golden law enforcement chariot. "Everyone in the sacred law enforcement team has a joint attack," Elder Yi said. "We must not underestimate our enemy." The law enforcer flew into a rage and shouted, "How audacious! How dare you resist the law of the sanctuary? This alone is enough to sentence you to death." He waved his hand and shouted, "Go!" The two law enforcement officers behind him flew up from the chariot at the same time. Both of them were holding long sabers with a cold light in their hands. They rushed into the group of 5 people at the same time. The saber light suddenly appeared, and the sky was cut open. The leader of the chariots cast a few incantation seals into the chariots, and the blazing flames in the sky suddenly whizzed up, dyeing the sky red. The water elements below the chariots surged up violently, rolling up waves and sweeping over. The power of water and fire burned together, forming circles of barriers that trapped the 5 of them. The leading law enforcement officer made a hand seal and pointed. A beam of sword chi shot out from his waist and slashed at the kush wheel under his control. He could tell at a glance that it was this formation that had trapped the people below. As long as he could break the formation and let the people of the Merchant Union out, he would win. Humph! You want to fight everyone at the same time? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fu's figure flickered and appeared in front of them. A huge axe appeared in his hand. He held it with both hands and suddenly slashed down. A fierce force sent out rays of axe light, which chopped onto the huge sword. Bang! With a bang, the law enforcement officer's sword let out a loud sorrowful cry and suddenly flew back into the hand of the man. At a glance, it had lost all its spiritual energy and was still trembling, as if it was in great fear. The law enforcement officer's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of his eyes and he felt the sky darken. Fu's huge body blocked the sunlight as the Xianxia axe came straight for him. It's been so many years since anyone dared to attack a saint. You're all heaven-defying. The law enforcement officer was furious. He poured his yuan qi into the big sword in his hand again, forcibly stimulating its power and forming a sword-shaped slash in the air. Boom! The 2 huge illusory swords collided in the air, and cracks immediately appeared on the sword. Bang! It shattered and the talisman shadow fell again. At the same time, the big sword in the law enforcement officer's hand also trembled violently. He was shocked and hurriedly turned into a ray of light and flew out of the chariot. The talisman shadow was overbearing. It suddenly slashed into the chariot and immediately caused a monstrous golden flame. The water and fire chi mixed together and eroded each other. In the distance, the water and fire world that trapped Elder Hao and the other 4 immediately disappeared. Without the support of the formation, the 2 law enforcement officers immediately fell into a bitter battle and were in constant danger. The leader of the law enforcement officers had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He said angrily, "I'll definitely pass on what happened today. Just wait for the wrath of the Holy Region." After saying this, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. He escaped without hesitation. Chase! Tang Jie's face changed. He was about to ask Elder Hao and the others to chase after them, but the referee stopped him and said, "Forget it. You human saints can easily investigate this matter. There's no need to keep it a secret. The 4 great teleportation formations have been destroyed. I don't know how long it'll take for him to return." "Elder Hao, don't let these 2 fish escape." Tang Jie snorted loudly. "Today, we'll use the heads of the law enforcement officers of the Holy Region as a blood sacrifice for this great day." When the 2 law enforcement officers saw that their leaders had escaped, they suddenly panicked. They were not careful and were attacked by the joint forces of the 5 people. They were immediately killed and all of them died. The people of the Merchant Union were all dumbfounded. In their minds, the sanctuary was the most powerful and invincible existence. They thought that everything would be solved with the appearance of the sanctuary. They did not expect that their hope would be shattered in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chong licked his dry lips and said, "Tang Xian, do you have any backup?" Tang Xian and Hidden Dragon were completely stunned. Tang Xian's eyes almost fell out as she muttered, "They're crazy. They're really crazy. How dare they kill a Saint Realm law enforcer?" Everyone's heart sank. That's right, if he dared to kill a Saint Realm law enforcer, then he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation in killing them. My friend from above, I'm from the Blade Sect, not the Merchant Union. Zhu Keating suddenly shouted. Please let me go. I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Everyone looked at him with disdain, but Zhu Keating was calm and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The crowd below suddenly broke into a commotion, and everyone started shouting. Yeah, I'm not from the Merchant Union. I'm just here to watch the fun. Please let me go. Young Master Xianxia, I'm your brother-in-law. The girl you played with at the Ruan residence last time is my sister. I hope you can let me go. My sister has been missing you recently. My lords of the monster race, I usually love to deal with the monster race. I have hundreds of monster beasts at home, and I treat them as my own. Please let us go. I actually have the blood of the demon race in me, so I can be considered half a member of the demon race. Recently, there have been frequent signs of demonization. I estimate that I will completely become a member of the demon race soon. Please let my kind live. Shut up, all of you. Xianxia shouted. No one can think of living in the formation. Young Master Yun, Cuibo said, we'll stick to the original plan. I'll have to trouble you to crack the formation. Yun Xiao had been quietly accumulating his strength. When the Saint Realm Law Enforcer appeared, he did not have much hope. As expected, it had bought him a lot of time, and with the help of a large number of high-grade medicinal pills, he had basically recovered to his peak. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath. He turned his eyes and said, strengthen the wizardry barrier around Tunyuan Trading Company. I don't want them to get hurt when I go out and risk my life. Both Luo Yunshang and Ding Ling felt that it was a little too much for them to bear, and those who were weaker were basically lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Everyone frowned. Tianyuan Trading Company had contributed the least to this array formation, but no one dared to provoke it at this moment. Even Su Danhe kept her mouth shut. The crowd remained silent, but they still directed the force of the ward toward Tianyuan Trading Company. Immediately, people on the outside screamed as they died on the spot under the suppression of the formation and the dragon's might. The power of the formation outside was getting stronger and stronger, while the defense was getting weaker and weaker. Every resource was extremely precious. Now that Tianyuan Trading Company had strengthened its defense, someone would certainly suffer the same fate. Tang Xian said, I'm afraid there's not enough time. As long as you break one of the pillars, we can all bet on it. We have a great chance to break the array. No need. Yun Xiao chuckled. I'll go and break the Zhu Shi will directly. What? The Zhu Shi will absorbs the power of the four extremes, which is the strongest part of the array. How can you break it? Tang Jie was shocked. Besides, you've seen the power of that attack just now. If it were to come again, would you be able to withstand it? This Zhu Shi will array feels like a hodgepodge, Yun Xiao said. It has many functions, but there are disadvantages to it. He is now using the power of the array to harvest lives while absorbing the power of life at the same time. Under such circumstances, it will be very difficult for him to launch the attack he did before. He raised his head and looked at the people above, smiling. Shang, am I right? The people of the Merchant Union were all shocked. Cui Bo said, you know these monster race people? We're old friends, Yun Xiao said with a smile. We're old friends. Young Emperor Haolian smiled wryly. I hate that I let these bastards go back in the demon plains. I can't suppress them now. Mo Xiaochuan scoffed. When will you ever achieve anything? What else can you do other than being the head of some bandits? Stealing women's bodies and hearts. Shang was in the air, casting spells to control the wheel and armillary sphere. He smiled and said, that's right. The current arsenal formation does not have any single target attack power. It's just a big melting pot now, slowly melting you all. Even if you can see it, what's the use? Actually, you can save everyone, but you can't bear the danger of exposing your trump card. You can only wait for me to refine you. His words startled everyone, and they all turned their eyes to Yun Xiao, wondering what kind of trump card he had that could save everyone. Yun Xiao laughed. Stop trying to sow discord. I have my own way of breaking your Zhu Shi array. But, can you answer my question? Who is the woman's phantom that has condensed on the Zhu Shi wheel? I seem to have seen it somewhere else. It left a deep impression. What? Have you seen this woman's statue elsewhere? Where is it? Shang's face suddenly turned serious, and the other monsters around him trembled in disbelief. Yunxiao laughed and said, "Hee, I forgot. If you tell me who this woman is, I might be able to remember." "Humph, not many of your words are true. Wait until I slowly refine and capture you. Then I'll naturally know everything I want to know," Shang said coldly. He knew that it would be difficult to gain any advantage from dealing with Yunxiao. The only way was to suppress him directly, and then he could kill him at will. Yunxiao chuckled and said, "When did you become so self-obsessed? Watch how I break your sacrificial array." He took a step out of the barrier, and his body and soul were suddenly hit by a huge force. Under the combination of the formation force and the dragon's might, his body was under so much pressure that it kept making a dull crack sound. His bones were slightly cracked and were starting to get damaged. In his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, the dragon's might was constantly attacking wildly, making his head buzz. Everyone stared at his movements, all extremely nervous. "It's good. Better than expected." Yunxiao calmed down. The tyrant body tempering technique was indeed abnormal. It had even absorbed the power of the array to nourish his lost body. Although he was still suffering from injuries, it had slowed down a lot. Bang! He stomped on the ground with both his legs, blasting a hole in the ground. His entire body continued to resist the pressure as he shot upwards. When he was about 10 meters away from the Jushi wheel, he finally reached his maximum limit. His physical body and soul could no longer withstand anymore. "You can't even touch the Jushi wheel, and you want to break it?" Shang said coldly. "Humph. Open your demonic eyes and take a good look." Yunxiao smiled coldly. The primordial heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and a fiery red shadow shot out of it. In the sky, it suddenly spread its wings and turned into a bright red firebird. Swish! A powerful ancient voice rang out, as if it had traveled through endless time and space. Under Yunxiao's command, the phoenix image whizzed up and burned toward the Jushi wheel. "What? True spirit fire phoenix." Xianxia's eyes almost popped out as he trembled in fear. His sigh of the true dragon was almost broken. "There's no need to panic. It's just a little true phoenix fire," he said in a deep voice. "Furthermore, with his power, he won't be able to control it for too long. If he wants to break through my sacrificial formation with just this little flame, he's simply too delusional." After the phoenix-like flame rushed up, it lit up the sky and burned towards the Jushi wheel. The formation was burning with fire, but it still couldn't be broken. The ecstatic hearts of the Merchant Union's people below sank again. "I didn't expect this phoenix flame to break the array," Yunxiao said coldly. "I released it so that I could directly refine your profound weapon, Jushi wheel. Don't forget that I'm an 8th-tier alchemist, and not an ordinary one at that." He suddenly struck out a few incantation seals, which flashed in the air one by one. The seals combined together and emitted a powerful light. 3 golden tadpole-like characters flickered on them. It was the Ming King seal that he had learned from the cauldron of mountain and river. With my cultivation and understanding of the art of sorcery, along with the true phoenix fire and the bright jade seal, all I have to do is to turn this profound level weapon of Jushi wheel into a piece of scrap metal. Do you think I can do it? With great determination on his face, Yunxiao gave a loud cry and threw out a seal in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The seal glowed with the ancient will of the firmament and was injected into the phoenix true flame. The flame changed and took on strange shapes. Its power seemed to have increased by several times as it burned fiercely under the sacrificial plate. Shang's face flickered. Even though Yunxiao's strength was weak, and it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that he had refined the Jushi wheel into a piece of scrap iron, it was very likely that this 10th-tier divine fire and the ancient golden characters that he could not recognize could cause problems in the refinement of the Jushi wheel. He hurriedly changed his hand seals. The power of refining life force weakened, but his defense was greatly improved. "I was right," Yunxiao said coldly. "Although the sacrificial array is powerful, its power is limited. It's up to you to decide. Strengthening the defense can indeed delay the time I need to refine. Perhaps I won't be able to hold on for long, but it will shorten the time you need to refine everyone's lives. Do you think you can kill us all in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Not far away, Xianxia snorted and said, "Don't look at me. I'll stop once the time is up. The deal is settled." Shang's face immediately turned a little unsightly. The seals Yunxiao kept sending into the divine fire were indeed a great threat. If the Zhu Shi will was really refined, the entire formation would be broken. If so many martial emperors rushed out from below, they would not be able to save their lives, let alone repair the armillary sphere. Li Yunxiao. Li Yi gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're really my nemesis in this life. You're always making me your enemy. Lord Hu, let me enter the formation and take his life. If you go in, you'll be suppressed by the formation and the dragon's might." Shang's expression was grim. "You'll probably be killed instantly." Li Yi's face turned pale. Shang's judgment was clearly that he was too inferior to Yunxiao, and his heart was filled with extreme unwillingness and anger. "Let me go. I hope I can kill him this time. I can't let him grow any further. Otherwise, he'll be too terrifying." You took a few steps forward and looked down at Yunxiao with a solemn face. Shang thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "You're indeed the most suitable for this place. Whether it's your physical body, soul power, or cultivation base, you're no weaker than Yunxiao. Besides, all you need to do is to keep him busy so that he doesn't have time to break the array." Shang cast a few incantations on the Kush wheel. Suddenly, a green light emerged from the seal that filled the sky. Yu Linkong took a step forward and sank into the green light. Shang once again put his hands together and the seal closed. Yunxiao's eyes were also filled with solemnity. With the rain beside him, it was impossible for him to refine the Zhu Shi wheel. Under the pressure of the formation, Yu's face gradually twisted. He roared and gradually transformed into his demon form. He stared at Yunxiao and said coldly, "If I can't kill you this time, I won't even be able to sleep in the future." After his demonic transformation, his body had more than doubled in size. A cold light flickered in his hand, and the tail-light sword had also become much larger. In his hand, it exuded a biting cold intent. Just the power of the profound-level weapon was enough to shake away the pressure around the sword, separating a vacuum. Without saying a word, a fiery cloud flickered between Yunxiao's eyebrows, and the calabash little King Kong flew out. It roared in the air as well, then transformed into a figure as large as the rain, clenched its fists, and burst out with a powerful force to protect Yunxiao. Then, Yunxiao gritted his teeth and shot out a stream of primordial astral wind from between his eyebrows into the flame. Immediately, the flame grew several times taller, devouring the entire Zhu Shi wheel and burning it crazily. He knew that it was impossible to refine the Zhu Shi wheel. He had to stall for time so that the people of the Merchant Union could hold on until the dragon's might dissipated. Then, the martial sovereigns could join forces and break the formation. Shang's expression changed. He quickly gathered all the power of the formation, forming a strong defense against the fire, and the pressure within the formation was reduced. "Don't underestimate me," Yu Jing roared in anger. The sword light in his hand grew, and a cold light broke through the air. It was dazzling in the dark array. Yuho shouted, "Damn it, Sword 8! The calabash little King Kong roared repeatedly under the sword power, and a King Kong fist also blasted out, but the power was much weaker than usual. Yunxiao frowned as he watched. The calabash little King Kong was a demon beast at first, so it was certainly unable to resist the dragon's might. But now it had become a half-artifact, half-demon existence. It seemed that it was still greatly affected by the dragon's might and could not exert all its power. Boom! The sword light shook on the fist wind, and it could directly annihilate the entire fist wind. The calabash little guardian deity cried out unwillingly inside. Lines of cracks appeared on his right arm, and it actually looked like it was going to break. Yunxiao was shocked. The body of the calabash King Kong was made of 9th-tier materials, but it was damaged by Yu's attack, which meant that Yu's strength had also improved greatly during this period. Rain was also shocked. The monster in front of him was neither a demon nor a weapon. He originally expected his sword to break it, but when the sword light hit the other's fist, it was violently jolted back by a huge force, making his arm numb. It seemed that the gored little King Kong was only injured and not seriously injured. The broken arm was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The calabash little King Kong didn't feel any pain. It raised its left hand again and launched another King Kong fist. This punch was even more ferocious and desperate, and its body pressed down. Damn it! Damn it! Yu Jing was furious. Seeing that the Kush wheel was being burned by Yunxiao's monstrous divine fire, only God knew when something would go wrong, which made him very anxious. The Zhu meridian began to emerge from his body, and a terrifying fluctuation emanated from his sword as he slashed out with all his strength. 13th sword. Annihilate. Boom, boom, boom. The gored little King Kong was once again annihilated by the sword light. His left arm made a crisp cracking sound under the sword momentum and completely shattered like glass, turning into bits and pieces. He was sent flying far away along with his entire body. He fell from the sky and fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's your turn. Yu's face was ferocious. The sword strike had consumed a lot of his energy, so he did not even have time to breathe as he thrust the second sword at Yunxiao. Yunxiao sighed in his heart. The restraint on the Zhu Shi will had come to an end. He could only hope that he could buy enough time for the core members to escape in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. No matter from the perspective of the merchant union or the human race, this incident was too serious. Once Shang repaired the armillary sphere, these great demons would regain their original strength one by one, and the entire continent would fall into panic. Let the matters of the world be handled by the people of the world. I only hope that I can save them as much as possible this time. Yunxiao sighed, and the heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly closed. His whole body turned into thunder, allowing the sword force of the rain to pass through his body. What? Yu was shocked and looked at him in horror. Although he had seen Yunxiao turn into thunder before, he had only thought that it was a kind of lightning escape technique. He had never expected that he could turn into lightning at will. At that moment, the sword force passed through Yunxiao's body, and his body swelled up like an inflated balloon under the thunder. Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he suddenly stretched out his fat hand of lightning and spread his fingers, pressing them against Yu's face as he said in a cold voice, "Without the Emperor Qi, I'd like to see how you can resist my elemental power." A ball of lightning suddenly formed on his palm. It was condensed into thousands of lightning bolts, and they were constantly compressed. They flashed in front of Rain's face, and large beads of cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. The lightning was so strong that it almost blinded his eyes. "Green lightning, break!" As Yunxiao's cold words came out of his mouth, the lightning, which had been compressed to the extreme, suddenly exploded, and tens of thousands of thunderbolts bloomed right before Rain's face. Rain suddenly sucked in a cold breath. That sword strike had prevented him from changing his direction instantly. He could only watch as the lightning exploded in front of his face. He could only use all the soul power in his body to teleport. However, under the suppression of the dragon's might, he couldn't use much soul power. He forcefully burst out with soul power and made his body disappear under the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The power of thunder in his palm shot out thousands of beams of light in the sky like fireworks, illuminating the entire area. Yunxiao's swollen body stood in the air like a god of thunder, but it suddenly shrank and returned to its normal state after the palm strike. However, his face was extremely pale. From the moment he used the divine fire to the thunderous strike just now, he had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had extorted a lot of medicinal pills. He hurriedly took out a few supreme-grade medicinal pills and swallowed them. Rain's body reappeared not far away and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura dropped drastically, and his face was a bloody mess. Although he teleported away, he was still affected. What was worse was that he had just forcefully extracted his soul power, and his soul was severely injured. Under the dragon's might, it was extremely difficult to resist, and his body was actually trembling. At this moment, everyone was surprised and overjoyed. Tang Jie and the others were shocked by Yunxiao's means. The people of the merchant union cheered on. Turning into lightning is actually the art of turning into elements. Where did this Li Yunxiao learn the Kasaya? Zhu Keating muttered to himself in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. In addition to being dumbfounded, Li Feiyu, Chen Feng, and the others began to admire Yunxiao in their hearts. Any one of Yunxiao's moves was freakishly powerful, and they could not resist it without using all their strength. If they were to fight to the death, no one in the younger generation was his match. Up in the sky, Shang's expression grew more serious. The armillary sphere was still rapidly absorbing the energy from the sacrificial plate, and it would take some time for it to fully recover. He said, "It looks like Yu is in danger. This person's growth rate is too terrifying. Li, you go down and work with the rain to restrain him. There's no need to fight, just restrain him. When my armillary sphere is fully repaired, it'll be time to kill him." The faces of Tang Jie and the others turned ugly one by one. The originally foolproof plan actually had such a variable. Only people who had extremely high attainments in both martial arts and magic could be alive and kicking under the double pressure of the formation and the dragon's might. Their best candidate was undoubtedly you, but they didn't expect you to be so seriously injured because of his carelessness. No need. I alone am enough to kill him. Rain's roar could be heard as his huge body panted heavily. Blood was flowing down from his face, and 3 dark red meridians began to appear on his back. The color became brighter and brighter, and the strength in his body increased. The power of the thunderbolt just now did not cause him much harm. What really hurt him was that he had forcefully erupted his soul power, which had damaged his soul. At this moment, he was trembling under the dragon's might, but as the 3 ancestral bloodlines in his body were opened, the trembling gradually dissipated. "Oh, I'm really curious. How are you going to break the thunderbolt without the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens? Or is it because of your stupid dignity that you'd rather die than submit?" Yunxiao's body spread out again, and the power of thunder and lightning in his hand grew stronger and stronger. He stared at the rain with cold eyes and bent forward slightly. An electric arc crackled in the air as Yunxiao's body turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the rain. He reappeared only a few feet away from him, then turned his hand and struck down with a thunderbolt palm. Green lightning break. It was the same move, but this time it gave you more time to prepare. He slowly raised the hand that was holding the sword and drew a series of afterimages in the air. He said unhurriedly, "The so-called Emperor's Qi suppresses everything because the Emperor's Qi of the 9 heavens has condensed the laws of heaven and earth, and everything in the world is under the laws. However, even without Emperor Qi, as long as the power level is high enough, it can still suppress a large number of inexplicable techniques. For example, the ancestral power of my monster race." Rain roared, and a terrifying demonic power exploded from his body. It was completely different from the power before, and it was much higher in level. Yunxiao's power of thunder was actually blocked by his burst of energy. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out in horror. "What? It actually suppressed my elemental power." In the sky, Li's eyes were filled with shock as he said, "He actually opened 3 ancestral meridians. Had the rain gone crazy? He'll die like this." "Yu is indeed the high priest," Shang said with a serious face. "Perhaps Li Yunxiao is his old enemy, and has even become a demon in his heart. I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep and eat in peace if he is not eliminated. It's also a battle chosen by Rain himself. He wants to completely wipe out Yunxiao with his own hands." Beside him, Li Yi's body trembled. His eyes were filled with hatred as he mumbled and roared, "Li Yunxiao is mine, my old enemy. I want to tear him apart with my own hands, and I want to multiply the horror of hell on him." Shang looked at him indifferently, not saying anything. Boom! As the sword came down, Yunxiao's power of thunder was instantly destroyed. The sword beam cut through the sky and cut into his body, causing a fountain of blood to spray out. "Young Master Yun, The people of Tianyuan Trading Company below were all shocked. Ding Ling and the other three turned pale. Xiaohuang Hao Lian couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed out. Bastard, come back! Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and furious. At a time like this, they could not afford to panic. If they forced their way up, they would only be adding to the chaos. After shooting several dozen meters high, young Emperor Hao Lian finally spat out a large mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky and crashed into the barrier again. The power of the dragon's might outside shook directly into the soul, and no one could resist it without the soul power of an 8th-tier alchemist. You'll only add to the chaos. Mo Xiaochuan was so angry that he stomped on his foot a few times and said angrily, "If you cause any more trouble, I'll directly slap you to death. I'm afraid young Master Yun won't be able to hold on any longer," Cui Bo said bitterly. "But he's already done his best. Do you have any other ideas?" Zhang Chong said, "I think we can only wait and try to block it. Xiangxi's dragon's might can only last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I don't think it will last long. As long as the dragon's might isn't here, the power of the arsenal formation can't stop us at all." Luo Ying smiled wryly. "I don't think so. Ever since young Master Yun started to cultivate the Jushi wheel, that demon seems to have sped up the process. Don't you feel the power outside is increasing rapidly? I'm afraid the enchantment will break soon." Chun Feng suddenly said, "Now that things have come to this, I can only try this method. If we succeed, some people can escape, but if we fail, we'll be completely annihilated." "Oh? Young Master Chun, do you have a way?" "Great!" Cui Bo was overjoyed. "We have to try anything now." Zhu Keating's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly said, "Could it be Wufu? How confident are you?" Chun Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I'll try it as a last resort. This method also requires a certain amount of time to prepare. If we wait for the barrier to break, it will be too late. Even if we succeed, at most 18 people will be able to leave." "What? Only 18? Everyone was shocked. The hearts of the thousands of people within the barrier that had just warmed up turned cold again. Only 18 of them could leave, and that would have nothing to do with them. On the contrary, they were all thinking evilly in their hearts, hoping that the result would fail and that those 18 people would die first. Chun Feng raised his hand and pulled out the soft sword from his waist. He placed it horizontally on the ground and said indifferently, "This thorn of the purple snake was made with a real 9th-rank purple snake as the main material. After unsealing it, it can transform into the original form of the purple snake. Moreover, there are 3,600 arrays engraved on the snake's body. 3 of them are main arrays, 1 for attack and 1 for defense. The other one I've never used before is to travel through space." Cui Bo frowned. "How far can this spatial travel go? Are you sure you can break through the formation power of the Jushi formation?" "Of course," Chun Feng replied proudly. The teleportation formation on the sword could pass through all space without being restricted by any power. Even Liang Yui's spatial manipulation domain is useless against my purple snake's thorns." His expression dimmed slightly as he smiled bitterly. "But I've only tried to send the sword chi into the shuttle, and I've never tried to send a human through it. But Father once said that humans can do it too. If Sect Leader Chan was here, the success rate would be 100%. Cui Bo sighed. Zhu Keating snorted coldly. "Lord Sui, what are you saying? If the sect master was here, he would have killed all of them in one move. He wouldn't have needed to escape through space. This is also a buy-in. Can you take my son with you for the 18 spots, young Master Chen?" Cui Bo asked bitterly. "Father, unless we leave together, I will not escape alone." Cui Yuan's expression changed greatly, he said firmly. Everyone tensed up. This was the only way to escape. Although there was a failure rate, it was better than staying and waiting for death. All of them were staring at Chun Feng with looks of desire on their faces. None of them wanted to die. Cui Bo's face darkened and he shouted, "You'll only drag me down if you stay. This is not the time for you to make the decision." He stood up and bowed deeply to Chun Feng. I hope that young Master Chun can give me a place. As long as my son can escape, I will be very grateful. Everyone's expression changed drastically. With Cui Bo's status, even if he was not as high as Chen Duantian, he was at least not below the elder of the Blade Sect. How could he give Chun Fengxing such a big gift? Cui Yuan's entire body trembled as tears gushed out. His fists clenched tightly. His father did this all for him. Otherwise, with the honor of the Myriad Treasure Tower's deputy tower master, even if he died, it was impossible to bow to a junior. His eyes were blurry, and he could no longer say no. How could he refuse his father's sincere heart? Chun Feng's heart skipped a beat as he did not expect Cui Bo to be willing to lower himself to such a level. He said hurriedly, "Lord Cui, don't worry. I'll give Brother Cui Yuan a spot." "Thank you, young Master Chun." Cui Bo was overjoyed and bowed again. The crowd had already recovered from the shock of Cui Bo's condescending attitude. The quota was already limited, and now there was one less. They were all anxious, but they didn't know what to say. Su Danhe suddenly stood up and walked in front of Chen Feng. She learned from Cui Bo and bowed. She smiled and said, "Young Master Chen Feng, I'm the great elder of Empyrean 1 Pavilion. Can you give me one of the 18 spots? I'm willing to use anything to exchange for it. Even if I don't have it now, I can definitely get it with my status." Everyone was floored and looked at him with contempt. Cui Bo was lowering his pride for his son, but she was doing it for herself. It was obvious who was better in terms of character and integrity. Even Chen Feng did not hide his disdain. He said indifferently, "The quota is limited. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to give it to Elder Su." "Limited slots?" Su Danhe's expression changed drastically. She originally thought that with her identity and status, there would be no problem, but the other party actually rejected her. She immediately screamed, "Why don't you tell us who the 18 candidates are? I'd like to see who else is more qualified than me." "Humph." Chun Feng snorted coldly and said, "Our Blade Sect has 11 people. Including Cui Yuan, there are 12 people. There are only 6 spots. And Miss Xue, there are only 5 spots." Xiao Jingming suddenly said. Chun Feng furrowed his brows as his gaze swept past the pale-faced Xue Luoyan. Just as he was about to reject her, Xiao Jingming suddenly said, "Chen Feng, I'm begging you. As long as you take Miss Xue with you, I, Xiao Jingming, will automatically make way for you when I see you in the future, and will always bow my head in front of you." After he finished speaking, he actually knelt down on one knee in front of everyone. Chun Feng and Xue Luoyan's bodies trembled. The emotions in their eyes were completely different. Xue Luoyan's hands were clenched tightly as large tears rolled down her face. Zhu Keating sighed. Xiao Jingming had completely fallen in love with Xue Luoyan. He was even willing to give up the dignity that he was most proud of. "All right, I promise you. You are the most outstanding genius alchemist in my sect," Chen Feng said indifferently. "You have the right to bring one person with you." "Thank you," Xiao Jingming said in a deep voice. Chen Feng no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he turned to the crowd and said, "There are only 5 places left." He glanced at the crowd and said, "There are only 5 places left. The Mando Chamber of Commerce has a close relationship with the Blade Sect. You can be one of the powerful elders." The powerful citizen was overjoyed. He didn't think that he would have a share. He said excitedly, Thank you, young Master Chun. I think Brother Li, as one of the 4 prodigies of the North, has the right to have one," Chen Feng said with a smile. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Another one was missing, and their faces turned ugly. "Many thanks." Li Feiyu forced a smile. Chen Feng nodded and said, "Brother Tang Xian from the 4 Extremes sect. As the successor of the throne, I think you have the right to have one. Otherwise, when the king-level leaders find out about today's matter, I won't be able to explain it to them." "Thank you, young Master Chun." Tang Jie also showed a grateful expression. Everyone's expression became very ugly. There were only 2 left now. "I hope young Master Chun can consider the money sect and give young Master Wudi a place," Zhang Chong said. Chun Feng muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "All right, young Master Wudi is the most promising successor of the money sect. He has the right to have one." He had to consider how to maximize the benefits of the quota allocation. Su Danhe suddenly shouted, "There's only one left. It must be the turn of the 3 chambers of commerce that didn't get their turn. Who is more qualified than me?" She immediately pushed out the few chambers of commerce that had already obtained the quota. Otherwise, in terms of status or strength, she really wouldn't be ranked. "I wonder if I'm qualified to do so?" Min Chengxiang forced a smile. Su Danhe said angrily, "Old man, you are the one who brought Xianxia here. You are one of the culprits. It's already merciful of me not to kill you." Chun Feng raised his head and looked up into the sky. He was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, "I originally wanted to keep Li Yunxiao for the last spot. He is a worthy opponent. But I'm afraid he won't be able to come down again. I'll give the spot to Tianyuan Trading Company. Who's willing to come with me?" He looked at the people of Tianyuan Trading Company. "Shut your stinky mouth." Ding Ling Er's face changed and she said angrily, "Young Master Yun will be here soon and everyone will be saved." "That's right," Yunxiang said coldly. "No one in Tianyuan Trading Company wants your spot. If young Master Yun lives, we'll live. If young Master Yun dies, we'll die." Her words were firm and decisive, and Mo Xiaochuan and the others also had a look of determination on their faces. Chun Feng's eyes were filled with shock. He then forced a smile and said, "I'm indeed not as good as Li Yunxiao, and even though I'm very good at summoning women, I've never been short of people around me. But if I really encounter a life-and-death situation, is there anyone willing to die with me?" The 4 girls beside Chun Feng all had looks of shame on their faces. Chun Qin hurriedly said, "The 4 of us are naturally willing to live and die with young master." Chun Feng's face turned cold as he snorted, "I advise you not to be so certain, or I'll take it seriously." Chuan Qin's face turned red and she didn't dare to say anything. "Ha ha, ha ha." Su Danhe laughed. "The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is not qualified. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce doesn't need it. The last place should belong to the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, right?" Chun Feng nodded. "Sure, we'll give the last spot to Miss Liang." "Liang Jianjia," Su Danhe said furiously, "give the quota to my Empyrean 1 Pavilion. I will allocate it. How would you dare to compete with me?" Chun Feng replied coldly, "I'm the one who decides who gets the spot. Ugly old woman, who do you think you are? Don't jump around in front of me. I'm not used to it." "You!" Su Danhe was furious, but she held it in and said, "Young Master Chun Feng, I hope you'll consider this carefully. You'll get a lot more benefits from saving me. Besides, if you don't take me with you, Yue won't be willing to leave." Everyone revealed an expression of extreme disdain. They had seen shameless people, but this was the first time they had seen one in front of so many people. Chun Feng looked in the direction of Empyrean 1 Pavilion and said, "Liang Yue, are you willing to come with me?" Su Danhe's aura turned cold, and her cold eyes immediately shot over. Liang Yue suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her whole body was cold. She gritted her teeth and suddenly said, "Yes, I'm willing to leave with young Master Chun Feng. Please take me with you." "Yue!" Su Danhe's face twisted in anger as she roared, "You dare to fight me for the spot? I'm going to kill you." She raised her hand and was about to slap him. Zhu Keating's figure flashed, and a ray of light streaked across, immediately suppressing her aura. He said coldly, "Crazy old hag, do you want to start a fight here? Once the barrier is broken, everyone is finished. If I can't live, then so be it." Su Danhe laughed evilly. As soon as she finished speaking, several powerful auras landed on her. They were from the other chambers of commerce. Cui Bo said coldly, "Su Danhe, if you dare to be impudent, I will kill you even if the enchantment is broken." His son was on the list, so he had to give him away no matter what. Luo Ying's face was also frosty as he said coldly, "Killing her is like killing a chicken. It won't affect the barrier at all." "Su Danhe, you'd better be more honest." Zhang Chong snorted coldly. "If we work together, We might still be able to survive. But if you continue like this, you'll die now. Su Danhe's expression was extremely ugly, but she did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the powerful auras of these people. She could only look at Liang Yui with hatred as she walked out of the crowd and leaned towards Chen Feng. She said hatefully, "You ungrateful bastard." Chen Feng revealed a faint smile. "Miss Liang, it seems that Empyrean 1 Pavilion doesn't care much about you. Why don't you join our Blade sect? I can guarantee that you will be a core disciple." Liang Yui was shocked. The status of a core disciple of the Blade sect was much higher than that of a core disciple of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. "You don't have to promise me now," Chen Feng laughed. "You can think about it after we get out. If this ugly woman doesn't die, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to Empyrean 1 Pavilion." Liang Yui was shocked and hesitant. "Thank you, young Master Chen, for your appreciation." Chen Feng smiled. "No need to thank me. With your strength, you're definitely qualified. I believe that the Blade sect can provide you with even better room for development." Everyone fell silent. It seemed that the 7 superpowers' strength was very reasonable. They would try their best to rope in powerful young people, so there would be no shortage of talents. After the distribution of the spots, everyone watched quietly as Chen Feng drew some symbols on the ground. With the support of Cui Bo and the others, no one dared to express their dissatisfaction. They could only hope that the barrier would last longer. After Chen Feng had finished setting up the various arrangements, he began to inscribe on the purple snake's thorn with his finger. Immediately, the light on the sword expanded and turned into a huge purple python. All kinds of runes flashed on its body, and a desolate aura was emitted. However, although the purple python's eyes were filled with killing intent, it appeared to be extremely dull. "Let's go. I hope we succeed." Chen Feng stood up and stepped onto the purple python's back. "Those who are qualified, come up." Everyone jumped onto it. Although the purple python was wide, it could only fit 18 people. Cui Bo's face darkened. He stared at Cui Yuan and shouted, "Hurry up and go!" Cui Yuan's body trembled and he lowered his head. The hair on his forehead covered his eyes, and no emotions could be seen. Cui Bo's heart skipped a beat. He thought that this farewell might be an eternal farewell. He could not bear to scold him, so he patted his shoulder and said, "Listen to me. Go back to your master immediately after you leave. From now on, you can cultivate with your master in peace. Don't bother yourself with the business union." Cui Yuan felt the body temperature coming from his shoulder and felt that his whole body was on fire. It was so hot. The force that was squeezing his shoulder was so great that his shoulder was about to be crushed. Bang! Cui Yuan's knees suddenly knelt down and his forehead slammed down, causing the ground to crack. He cried, "Father, let me stay. Don't chase me away." "What?" Cui Bo trembled and said angrily, "You want to stay behind and cause more trouble for me?" He sent a kick over and directly sent Cui Yuan flying. A burst of energy entered his body and instantly broke the meridians in his 4 limbs. He shouted, "Feiyu, look after him for me." Li Feiyu's face was also filled with grief. He grabbed Cui Yuan and remained silent. At this moment, other than the members of the Blade sect, who were all smiling and showing off their superiority, no one else could relax. Chen Feng cast a few spells on the snake's head, and a circle of light spread out from the formation on the snake's body. It gradually gathered power in front of the snake's head, and finally turned into a black dot. It slowly expanded and actually opened a spatial tunnel. The demon clansmen in the sky above the sacrificial formation widened their eyes. Li said in disbelief, "How is that possible? A space tunnel? How can a space tunnel appear under the Jushi formation?" Shang's expression was one of deep thought as he mumbled, "This should be a spatial ability that the sword snake possessed when it was alive. I didn't think it would have such a skill and be able to escape 18 of them. The world is so big and the magical powers are so strong that even if we were at the peak of the world, we wouldn't dare to say that we know them all." Under Chun Feng's careful control, the purple python's sword flew into the dark tunnel and disappeared. The core of the barrier suddenly lost 18 people, and it suddenly seemed a little empty. Cui Bo was sad for a while, but he quickly recovered and shouted, "All the Martial Supreme and Peak Martial Honor powerhouses can enter the core area. Everyone, let's join hands and fight. This might be the last time we'll work together." Now that he had sent his son away, his heart was at ease. He no longer had any worries about the future, and his entire person seemed to be much more excited than before. Immediately, a large number of Martial Supremes and Peak Martial Venerables squeezed over and filled up the place again. Luoying nodded and said, "That's right. With so many experts here, if we were to be refined by these demons just like that, it would be too ridiculous and ridiculous. Everyone, keep your spirits up. As long as the dragon's might is extinguished, we'll turn them into ashes." Everyone was also hopeful after hearing this. The power of the barrier had been greatly strengthened. At this moment, other than the 10,000 people in the barrier, the entire Songhua city had probably become a dead city. Ding Ling and the others only took a glance at the opening of the void channel and then paid no more attention to it. Their eyes were fixed on the sky, and their faces were full of worry. In the sky, Rain's ancestral power erupted and broke Yunxiao's thunderbolt form. Under the sword beam, Yunxiao's expanding thunderbolt shadow was cut in half, and bright red blood sprayed into the sky. The thunderbolt suddenly receded 100 meters away in the air, revealing Yunxiao's true body. His face was pale, and there was a long bloody wound on his chest. It was a shocking sight. There were still lightning crackling around him, getting weaker and weaker. "In the name of the High Priest of the demon race, I will kill you today." Yu's aura burst forth and demonic chi soared into the sky. Even his body swelled up again, becoming bigger than before. The tail-light sword also grew in size, shooting out tens of thousands of sword rays in the air that fell like rain. At this moment, the power in his body was no longer ordinary elemental energy, but the power of the ancestors of the demon race that had been passed down from ancient times. It was his determination to kill Yunxiao. This is the power of the ancestral bloodline of the monster race. Yu's talent is shocking, but he's only opened 3. I think he'll be heaven-defying if he can open 7 at his peak. And you have the power of the ancestor's mother in your body, Shang Linkong said slowly. That's the source of the ancestral bloodline of the demon race. In theory, as long as you're strong enough, you can cultivate countless ancestral bloodlines. In other words, you have endless room for growth, even far beyond mine. His eyes were fixed on Li Yi, and he said enviously, "I also don't understand why the monster race's parent body's power would be in the bodies of 2 abnormal humans, and why it would be obtained by you in the end. However, since this was the case, it was heaven's will. As long as you're loyal to me, I'll bring you to the top step by step." Li Yi looked at the power that was erupting from the rain, and his entire body was filled with excitement. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of pride, and all the suffering he had gone through was finally paid off. The peak of the world, a place that no one dared to think of. In the past, his dream was to seize the Li clan's power and wealth. He would be satisfied if he could become a martial king in his life. He could not imagine how short it had been. Everything had changed since Yunxiao's appearance here. He had tasted the most terrible pain in the world, but he had also received great returns today. The dream of becoming a martial king in the past was no longer even a piece of trash in his eyes. "I swear my loyalty to Lord Shang," Li Yi said firmly. "Please take me to the peak of this world." Richard smiled and nodded, no longer saying anything. He watched the duel below while trying to repair the armillary sphere. Yunxiao's vitality was greatly damaged after being cut by the sword, so he quickly swallowed a lot of medicinal pills. As the 10,000 sword beams were extremely sharp, he suddenly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, summoning the Devil Sky Silk. Then, a stream of demonic energy emerged from his palm and shot into the armor. Suddenly, the shadow of the armor appeared, and the defense was several feet away. The demonic chi was still pouring into it. His third heaven's eye suddenly opened, and the ancient dynasty bell that suppressed the demonic chi was also released. It rang with an ancient sound that shook the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The 10,000 sword radiances all slashed at the defense of the devil's celestial world, and circles of black devil chi spread out like rain falling on the ground, creating ripples in the air. The demonic sky armor was an extremely powerful defensive armor of the ninth step, but because he had forced out the demonic chi, it had been like a piece of scrap metal. Now that he had poured demonic chi into it, it instantly recovered its tyrannical defense. Then, the sound of the dynasty bell rang out, and the decadent ancient sound washed over the dark sky, shaking people's hearts and souls. You stood in the sky and roared. A force suddenly burst out from his body, forming a circular defense that directly isolated the bell. He said coldly, "No matter how many ninth-tier profound armaments you have, under the suppression of this dragon's might, can you control them? Take out that jade tablet of yours, or else it will only speed up your death." He raised his tail-light sword and drew circles in the air. They were like bubbles blown out by a child with soap. They connected one by one and formed a chain of bubbles under the sword chi's waving. He then attacked. Xianxia closed his heavenly eyes and pointed at the devil sky silk with his right hand. Then the northern heaven cold sword appeared in his right hand, and with a slash, dozens of sword beams also rushed out and slashed at the bubbles. Right now, his condition was exactly as what Rain had said. Although he had many profound armaments, he was unable to control them all at once. The consumption was simply too great. Bang, 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 bang. Xianxia's sword beams burst the bubbles one by one with irresistible force. His heart suddenly trembled, and his intuition told him that something was wrong. In his pupils, he saw a large amount of sword energy condense, and after each bubble burst, it burst into a large amount of sword energy that shot out in the air indiscriminately. As if a meat grinder had been thrown into the air, Xianxia was caught in the air in the blink of an eye, and the air was cut open by a bright light. The people of the Merchant Union were all drenched in cold sweat. Was this still a battle between a martial emperor and a martial venerable? Everyone's mind was on Xianxia at the moment, and they were all worried when they saw him trapped in the sword beam. Boom! A ball of light burst out of the meat-like sword beam, and streams of primordial astral winds swept it up. A tornado swept out with Xianxia at its center, and all three of his eyes were open, turning into the color of blood moons and bloodshot. "Must you kill me? I'll see what you have to kill me with today." Xianxia roared as he raised the northern heaven's cold star sword in his hand. Under the control of his soul power, the strong wind around him slowly gathered on the sword. At the same time, a phoenix flame appeared and dormant in it, while a dragon's shadow flickered inside the sword. Rain's face became ferocious. The three bloodlines on his body were terrifyingly red, and the light on the tail-light sword was unprecedentedly powerful. Both of them were accumulating strength and circulating their chi, planning to finish the battle in one fell swoop. At this moment, the sky was torn into two distinct parts by the aura of the two. Sword art, slay demons. Clear sky sword, 13. Two shocking sword chis rushed up and collided in the air. A black crack was torn between the two forces and flashed in the sky like a black dragon. A terrifying aura spread out from the endless void. Everyone who looked at it felt the same. "You should die." As the two forces collided, the tissues and functions of his body began to explode. The use of this power had exceeded the limits of his endurance. Yu Meng gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood from his internal organs. One of the three terrifying blood vessels in his body suddenly expanded. Bang! It directly exploded. Boom! A terrifying force washed over his entire body. He didn't care if he could withstand it or not as he roared and pressed down on the sword in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, Xiao's sword beam could not withstand the pressure and was crushed. As soon as Yu Yi's sword hit Xiao, he rushed over madly and slashed down with the sword energy, trying to cut Xiao in half. The big demon in the sky was already dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Yu would directly explode her Zu Meridian. Li even covered his mouth with his hands in horror, his eyes sparkling. On what basis? Just because I'm more ruthless than you. On the basis of the High Priest's honor. Rain roared and slashed down. The shadows of the Devil Sky armor that appeared around Yunxiao crumbled under the sword chi, and the black demonic energy disappeared as well. Bang! The tail-light sword struck the Devil Sky armor, producing a deafening boom. It scattered the last of the devil chi in the armor and broke it apart. Boom, boom, boom. The momentum of the sword did not diminish, and after shattering the Devil Sky silk, it went straight into Yunxiao's body. Ding Ling and the others trembled, and their legs almost went soft and were about to collapse. Eft! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of Yunxiao's mouth. The tail-light sword had pierced through his body, and a green thunderbolt flickered. Although part of it had turned into a thunderbolt, it still could not stop the sword chi from entering his body and injuring him. Suddenly, there was a soft slap, and Yu's pupils constricted as he saw Yunxiao's right hand grab his hand that was holding the sword. Meanwhile, Yunxiao poured out a large handful of medicinal pills from his left hand and poured them into his mouth like beans before swallowing them. Yuxian's heart skipped a beat. Just from the smell of those pills, he could tell that they were 9th grade. Even a great demon's body would not be able to take so many 9th-tier medicinal pills at once and explode to death. You said you're more ruthless than me? Yunxiao suddenly said. His body slowly turned into a demon, covered with scales and gradually turning golden, with a bright lunar divine light shining out of it. He clenched his right hand and pulled Yu's body towards him. He raised his head slightly and used his head as a hammer to hit Yu. He roared. You said you're more ruthless than me? I'll show you what true ruthlessness is today. Bang! His golden head directly hit Rain's forehead, and blood burst out. No one could tell whose blood it was. Yu let out a miserable cry. Then Yunxiao hugged him and raised his knee to hit him in the chest. Bang! Rain's huge body immediately let out a muffled sound, and a large number of bones exploded. His body was lifted into the air, and his face was filled with pain. Yunxiao slowly loosened his right hand, then returned to his front and clasped his hands together in an incantation gesture. Suddenly, 3 strong sword energies shot out of his body, and 3 northern heaven cold star swords appeared around him. As he continued to perform the incantation gesture, they resonated with each other and connected into one, and a sea of sword energies spread out. Gulp! At this moment, everyone swallowed hard, their eyes filled with fear. They would never have dreamed that a battle between a martial emperor and a martial honor could be so tragic. Yunxiao's endless means had completely stunned the people of the Merchant Union. They had all come to this point, as if he had an endless number of trump cards. Luoying licked his dry lips and said with difficulty, Was that sword art slaying demons? He really knows the 3 sword techniques of army-breaking Gu Feiyang. But the golden light on his body at this moment, could it be a swan and eye? Zhang Chong's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. You're not going to say that it's the inextinguishable golden body, are you? Everyone's heart jolted. Although everyone had the same thought, they did not dare to say it out loud. Only Lord Ao Changkong's inextinguishable golden body can cultivate the body refining technique to this level, Cui Bo said in a grave tone. This Li Yunxiao's background is too unusual. Xian Yutong's eyes lit up and he suddenly exclaimed, It really is him. I don't know if that body art is the inextinguishable golden body, but this move must be the Divine Cloud Palace's heavenly sword picture. His cry immediately caused everyone to be shocked. They looked up at the sky and the sea of swords that was overflowing with shock. Yunxiang's body trembled, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Her emotions seemed to have returned to the fairyland-like sect. Could he be from the Divine Cloud Palace? However, the Divine Cloud Palace has been sealed off for a long time, and I've never heard of any male disciples. Cui Bo shook his head in disbelief. Everyone was waiting for Elder Xian to continue, but he suddenly shut his mouth, causing everyone to faint and feel an unbearable itch in their hearts. Hundreds of meters above the ground, Yunxiao's 3 swords were hanging upside down in the air, connecting with each other under his incantation seals. At this moment, all of his strength was activated. He had poured too many pills into his body, and all kinds of complicated forces were in chaos. Fortunately, The imperishable golden body was strong enough to suppress those chaotic forces and absorb them at the same time. He was sent flying by Yunxiao's kick. His face was filled with disbelief, and his pupils gradually constricted. At that moment, the power brought by the destruction of the ancestral bloodline was gradually disappearing, and his body was almost destroyed. However, his mind was unusually calm at that moment. He looked at the astonishing aura emanating from Yunxiao's 3 swords, but he could not feel anything. I, Yingluo, have lost in the end, Yingluo? Yu's heart sighed, and he became completely oblivious to the pain in his body. He began to feel melancholic, and the sky became darker in his eyes, as if it was raining heavily, with lightning and thunder crackling. Quick! He's right in front. Don't let him run. I didn't expect this little bastard to be a member of the prison demon clan. I should have killed him back then. Don't talk nonsense. All prison demons must die. Raindrops were flying in the forest. Hearing the sounds behind him, his heart was filled with fear. The rain fell on his young face, and he could not tell if it was water or tears. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. Escape endlessly. Escape from the sky. Boom! In the heavy rain, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and exploded under Yu's feet, sending him flying. Wah! He was so scared that he cried and fell to the ground. More than a dozen shadows surrounded him and laughed wildly. Haha, the heavens are helping us. It seems that it's the will of the heavens to exterminate the prison demon race. Why? Why do you want to kill me? We're all demons. Shouldn't we be united and live in harmony? You suddenly found the courage to question him loudly. He was completely tired of the days of running away and was in complete despair. Lightning crossed in the sky and struck down. The green light flickered on his face and it was full of watermarks. Haha, why? This little brat is actually asking why. One of them walked forward, and under the light of the lightning, his face appeared ferocious. He had 2 horns on his head and looked terrifying. He said fiercely, "Then let me tell you why. It's all because of your ancestors that the entire demon race has fallen under the 5-cloud mountain, leaving us to struggle on our last breaths and live in this illusionary sky. All members of the prison demon clan should die." He pulled out a long sword in anger, which emitted a cold light, and slashed down without hesitation. The shadow of the sword was getting closer and closer in Rain's eyes. His heart was in complete despair, and he had given up on the idea of living. The prison demon clan? There are still people from the prison demon clan. A hoarse voice rang out, and then the sword light suddenly broke with a bang. Yu's face was dazed. Who are you? Who's there? The demons chasing after you were all furious, but judging from the fact that he had broken his sword just now, his strength must be extraordinary. The man didn't pay attention to the questions and just pointed his finger at Yu's shoulder blade, causing him to cry out in pain. A stream of blood immediately shot out from the scapula, which was then condensed into a ball of blood in the man's hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Gulp! The sound of swallowing came from the man's throat, and he suddenly said in joy, "Ah, delicious! It's indeed the prison demon clan. The heavens have eyes. I actually met a member of the prison demon clan. Who are you?" The demons behind him couldn't hold it in any longer. They shouted and rushed up one by one. "Yingluo, who are you? Are you going to eat me?" Rain backed away in fear, thinking that it was better to be killed by those people than eaten by this man. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in the sky, and the light reflected on the face of the person who came. It turned out to be an old face with eyes full of joy. He stared at him like a hungry wolf and laughed. "Who am I? Haha, who am I? You don't need to know. From now on, I'm your master. Haha." As the person laughed, a burst of chi burst out from his body and shook behind him. The dozen demons instantly screamed in pain as they were blown to pieces. "Master, what exactly happened back then? Why do you say that my prison demon race has harmed the entire demon race?" Bullshit. This was just what the demon emperor used to brainwash everyone. The prison demon clan has been one of the 8 strongest clans since ancient times. The Demon Emperor was your ancestor. Do you know why I want to take you as my disciple? I don't know, Master. Please enlighten me. Because I hope that one day, you will be able to unseal the Five-Cloud Mountain and rescue the Demon Clan. Your ancestors are also inside. I want you to help the Prison Monster Clan and Master's Monster Slayer Clan wash away the injustice and humiliation they suffered in the past 1,000 years. Rain's thoughts gradually returned from that youth. The sky was as dark as that night. Her master's face flickered in the distant high sky and finally turned into stars. 1,000 years of persistence, the injustice of the Prison Demon Clan and the Nightmare Demon Clan, and the humiliation of the Divine Cloud Palace to the Demon Clan. These voices kept echoing in Rain's mind, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. The 2 Zoo's bloodlines and the shriveled Zoo's bloodline on his body suddenly swelled up, turning a bright red. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he said coldly, "Why are you still struggling when you're about to die? Can't you just die in peace?" Bang! Bang! 2 of Yu's ancestor bloodlines exploded one after another, and his body, which was about to fall silent, was filled with power again. Large drops of tears flowed down from his eyes as he roared. "It's not that I'm afraid of death. It's just that I didn't fulfill my promise to Master. How do you expect me to meet him after I die?" The roar of the rain reverberated in the sky. Li's body couldn't help but tremble. He turned his head and couldn't bear to look. "Lord Xiang, my master and I will entrust our unfinished dreams to you. Please do it. I won't be able to see the day you ascend to the Demon Emperor's throne." Yu's huge body kowtowed towards the sky. "The day I ascend to the throne will be the day the Hell Demons and the Monster Slayer race return to the 8 Guardian Demon races in glory." Xiang's face was pale. "I'm relieved, Yingluo." Rain suddenly raised his head, and the tail-light sword in his hand burst out with terrifying sword chi. His body also kept expanding, about to explode at any time. Xiao's heart trembled violently. He had wanted to use the heavenly sword diagram to get rid of his opponent directly, but the aura that burst out at this moment was simply irresistible. In his horror, he hurriedly threw out the Divine Realm tablet, and complicated incantation seals flashed in his hands, pouring into it. In fact, when you had exploded his Zoo Meridian and stabbed him with his sword, he was almost at the end of his life. He couldn't care about the consequences anymore and immediately activated the inextinguishable golden body. He also poured a large number of medicinal pills into his body. Now, the 2 of them were like explosives that could explode at any time and could die at any time. They were completely joined together in a fierce battle. Under his full control, the Divine Realm tablet's light brightened. 3 forces of territory opened and stacked on top of each other, pressing down on you. Now, Yu was determined to die and increase his power regardless of the consequences. The infinite weight of the earth and the power of wind and fire pressed down. On the other side, his sky sword pattern formation was still brewing. The 3-sword formation was much more complicated than the 2-sword pattern. The various fine control had consumed a lot of his soul power. Even though he had merged with the demonic dragon, it was still on the verge of collapse. "Li Yunxiao, take my last blow. You are a formidable opponent. If you can survive this strike, you will win." The sound of the rain was extremely calm. The tail-light sword, which was originally cold and shining on the water, had now turned red as if it was burning. Its weapon essence was even more terrifying. "You're a fucking lunatic." Yunxiao gritted his teeth and cursed. Not only did you blow up 2 ancestral veins, but he also intended to blow up the tail-light sword, a 9th-tier mystic artifact. Clear Sky Sword Technique, 13. These were Rain in the world's last words. His entire body combined with the tail-light sword, turning into a stunning sword light that streaked across the sky, incomparably gorgeous. Boom, boom, boom. The Divine Realm tablet's 3 streams of territory power were blasted away one after another. After blocking the attack for a while, the Divine Realm tablet flew back and sank into Yunxiao's forehead. Yunxiao was horrified. The huge sword beam had actually opened up a dark passage under the array. He gritted his teeth and poured his energy into his palms. With a slap of the sword diagram, The three northern heaven cold star swords suddenly merged into one, spreading out a mountain-like sword energy and pressing down fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The sky sword formation struck onto the rain with the ultimate sword. The entire sky was filled with an ocean of sword chi. The two earth-shaking forces struck and shook the entrance of the pitch-black tunnel like a sun. The entire Jushi formation became unstable and showed signs of collapsing. The three level 9 mystic swords formed the power of 3 talents and enveloped Rain's sword light, but they couldn't block the sword that used all of his strength. They were forced to retreat, and their power was greatly reduced. A huge force instantly bounced back into Yunxiao's body, and blood mist burst out of his golden body as it kept collapsing. Are we going to die? As soon as the thought flashed through Yunxiao's mind, he immediately waved it away and roared, "There are people who can kill me, but it won't be you." He formed a seal with his hands, and the three northern heaven cold star swords in the air suddenly condensed into a ray of sword light. When this move was executed, his entire body began to tremble violently, and the golden light on his body continued to fade. "That's the crazy Paixio. You're dead for sure this time," the demonic dragon said in fear. "Shut up. Damn it," Yunxiao roared angrily. "If I lose today to save my life, how can I return to my peak with my martial intent in the future? The two powerhouses are fighting, and the one who is braver wins. Now, it's not a competition of strength, but of determination." His soul spirit trembled and a starlight soul body appeared. It was the body of the demonic dragon, and his face was filled with fear. You're prepared to die, but that's still enough to defeat me. My resolution is that even if I die, I won't be defeated. Break, Yunxiao cried out. The three swords in front of him merged into one, and an unprecedented sword intent spread out. Time seemed to stop at that moment, and even the sword momentum of the rain froze. Sword/stars. With a light shout, the sword chi was like a fleeting swan, but it was unforgettable. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Even in the eyes of Cui Bo and the others, this level of power was not enough to hurt them. But the supreme sword intent was pointing to the peak of martial arts, like a king descending from the heavens. Shang's pupils also suddenly opened. The Haotian sword chi in his eyes was suddenly annihilated, turning into cosmic dust along with his life, without a trace. He slowly closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "As long as I am the demon emperor, the demon race will no longer have a high priest." When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with determination. His hands danced in the air, and several golden seals were sent into the Jushi wheel. The entire array changed, and the pressure gradually spread out and began to gather in the Jushi wheel. Li recovered from the grief and said in shock, "Lord Shang, you're..." Other than determination, Shang's eyes were also filled with rage. "I'm going to make these people die with rain. Also, I don't need this Kush wheel, the supreme treasure of the demon race." The Jushi wheel trembled violently in the air, shaking from the impact of the power that was gathering towards it. Shang was actually going to abandon the Jushi wheel completely and annihilate everyone below. Li pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but she held back. At this moment, the array was showing signs of collapse. After the shocking sword attack disappeared, Yunxiao's power was completely gone, and his imperishable golden body collapsed as well, falling from the sky. Young Master Yun, Ding Ling and the others couldn't hold it in any longer, and they rushed out as if they were flying. The formation's suppressive power had been sucked away by Shang, and Xianxia's dragon's might did not seem as strong as before. His extremely shocked dragon eyes stared fixedly at the demonic dragon, revealing a look of disbelief. The demonic dragon flew down and caught Yunxiao, then pointed a finger at his forehead. The heavenly eye bloomed under the dazzling light, and the dragon performed an incantation gesture with one hand to slowly pull out the divine realm tablet from his body. He and Yunxiao's souls were one, and he had a great sense of the divine realm tablet. "All of you, come in. Those demons are going to detonate the entire formation." The demonic dragon roared and threw several incantation gestures at the divine realm tablet. He could only sense it, but he could not control it as he pleased like Yunxiao. Ing Luo, who are you? Mo Xiaochuan was taken aback. He stared at the demonic dragon in a daze and found it familiar. There's no time. Quickly take him in to find Yuan Gaohan and see if he can still be saved. Yunxiao and I share life and death. Look at my body. It's about to die. The demonic dragon shouted in a hurry. Mo Xiaochuan was taken aback. Although the demonic dragon was a soul, it was indeed getting fainter and fainter at the moment. Could it be a sign of Yunxiao's death? He did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly picked up Yunxiao and rushed into the Divine Realm tablet. Ding Ling and the others did not want to fall behind and went in one by one. Even the calabash little King Kong, whose arms had been shattered by the rain, had recovered more than half of its strength. It ran over and rushed in under the call of the demonic dragon. I'm not seeing things, right? What was going on? The jade tablet can suck people in. Inside the wizardry barrier, everyone was dumbfounded. Min Qingxiang's mouth was wide open in shock. Isn't it only possible for the super-grade Xian artifact, Roya's boat? Could that jade tablet be the boat of Ruoya? Chuibo smiled wryly. He can't be judged with common sense anymore. Look at this demonized soul. Is it Yunxiao's second soul? In this world, only our sect's Elder Yuan Bo's ice spirit can cultivate a second soul. After everyone rushed into the Divine Realm tablet, the demonic dragon roared and forcibly merged the tablet into its soul. Then, it transformed into a dragon and rushed into the space crack in the sky. What? He wanted to rush into the spatial crack? Isn't this just looking for death? Everyone in the Merchant Union was shocked. Even a Martial Emperor realm expert would not dare to risk his life in the space crack, for he could be killed at any time. He chose to escape into the spatial rift. Cui Bo's expression was ugly. Could it be that the situation outside has become so bad? He looked up into the sky and saw a terrifying power condensing on the Ju Shi wheel, constantly compressing. The sky where Nayu and Yunxiao had fought was filled with all kinds of negative energy, flashing constantly. Shang's face twisted as he glared at the demonic dragon that was charging out of the crack. He roared, "Don't you dare leave!" The energy of the Ju Shi wheel had not yet gathered to the maximum he could recognize, but he could not wait any longer. Yunxiao's life and death were unknown, and he could not allow these murderers to escape. Several rays of light entered the Ju Shi wheel, and the woman's shadow appeared on it again. She made a gesture with both hands and faced the seal in Yi's hands. They had actually cultivated into one. All living beings, cows and horses, gods, dragons and elephants, Prajna will all die. He shouted and pressed down with his incantation. The Ju Shi will let out a strong roar and a terrifying aura spread out. The power that had been compressed to an infinite extent was released all at once and rushed down like a beam of world-destroying divine light, falling from the 9 heavens. Under this ray of light, everyone in the barrier also felt the chi of death. One by one, they were shocked and stunned by the power. Not good. Everyone, quickly enter my heaven-suppressing pagoda and join forces to resist. Otherwise, only death awaits us. At this moment, Luo Ying was the first to react. Without saying a word, he threw out the heaven-suppressing pagoda, which opened up in the barrier and grew to a height of more than 10 meters. He was the first to rush in. The rest of the people finally sobered up and felt a chill in their hearts. They fought to rush in and Luo Ying shouted, "Everyone, release the power in your bodies and let my pagoda absorb your origin power. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand it at all. This attack already has the power close to the peak of martial arts." Before Cui Bo rushed in, he took a look at the heavenly armor enamel plate not far away and sent out a stream of chi. The enamel plate was hit by a huge force and bounced up from the ground, kept spinning and flew into the sky, towards the light. Boom! The godly light landed on the heavenly star-glittering jewel plate. The defensive light on the plate didn't even have time to light up before it shattered into pieces. The power of the divine light was blocked for a moment, but the destructive power did not diminish and continued to fall. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing pagoda was already filled with tens of people, All of them were from the inner circle. The moment the pagoda's door closed, those who had yet to enter immediately turned pale. Their emotions were like a locked door, sinking into oblivion. Other than the 7 merchant alliances, those who entered the heaven-suppressing tower were at least martial supremes. Under Luo Ying's command, they poured all of their power into the tower. The entire tower burst into a bright light. The power of a 9th-tier profound-level weapon was completely unleashed at this moment. Rays of colorful light spread out, looking extremely gorgeous. Nearly 10,000 people outside the tower were all crying and cursing. No one was in the mood to appreciate the beautiful changes of the tower. People were still rushing toward the tower, hoping to get some protection. Luo Ying's voice suddenly rang out, and he said coldly, "If we work together to defend, we might have a chance of survival. If we wait for death like this, we'll definitely die." His words shook everyone's hearts. Although they knew that the chances of survival outside the tower were low, there was no other way than to join forces and fight. All of a sudden, nearly 10,000 rays of light flashed and rushed into the sky. In the tower, Cui Bo's face was pale as he sighed. "Even if we work together, we will still die. We are all from the Merchant Union. I am already worried that they can't enter the tower. Why should I be used by you?" His tone seemed to be quite dissatisfied. Luo Ying snorted coldly. "Even if we work together to resist the heaven-suppressing pagoda, I don't have any confidence that I can survive. Since they are going to die, why can't they contribute to our survival? At least we can preserve the core strength of the Merchant Union and avenge them in the future." Cui Bo remained silent. He had to admit that this was the most rational way to go about things, but he found it hard to accept emotionally. "These demons, after we escape this calamity, I'll definitely turn them into ashes." Zhang Chong gritted his teeth in anger. Luo Ying said coldly, "Not only that, we must also investigate that Xianxia's identity. We must kill him even if we have to go to the ends of the earth." Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, the divine light outside fell, and all kinds of screams and wails rang out. The tower also began to shake violently. "Demons, fuck your grandpas. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. If I don't die, I'll kill all the demonic beasts in the world. I don't want to die. I just married 2 beautiful wives the day before yesterday." All sorts of sounds rang out, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely drowned out. No sound could be heard, and it turned into a dead silence. Only the continuous rumbling of the earth reverberated. The sky was silent. Other than the constant rumbling from the earth, there was no other sound. Under the destructive divine light, not only were cities destroyed, but the earth also cracked and formed ravines. It was extremely terrifying. The few demons stared down with cold eyes without saying a word. Tang Jie and the others were shocked. After the light dissipated, not only did the people in the world's best mall die, but even the city was completely turned into ashes under this blow, turning into a wasteland that no one could live in. If someone had told them a few days ago that Songyuyang City would be destroyed, no one would have believed it. But now, in the blink of an eye, it had become a reality. Xianxia also retracted the power of the dragon's might, and that spine returned to the Luoho divine spear. The 2 horns on his forehead gradually faded away, and he returned to his human body. "Is he dead? Are they all dead?" Li muttered to himself as he looked down. Bang! The sacrificial plate suddenly cracked. No one knew what material it was made of, but once it was damaged, it turned into heavy crystals and disappeared into the air. Shang patted the armillary sphere and it immediately emitted thousands of rays of light. The light flashed in the sky and stars appeared. "Lord Shang, this armillary sphere Pixiu," Li said. Shang's gloomy expression disappeared, and he nodded. "Not bad. The armillary sphere has finally been restored." He waved his hand again, and the armillary sphere that was constantly deducing martial Dao changes in the sky suddenly gathered all the light and whizzed down into his hand. It was as new as new. Li's face showed a lonely bitterness. "We sacrificed the rain and more than 300,000 people. In the end, We exchanged for a new life with the armillary sphere. It was worth it. Fu's face was also filled with desolation and sorrow. Ji and you passed away one after another. Now only me, Wing, and Li are left to follow you, sir. There's no banquet that doesn't end, and there's no great demon that can't die forever, Yi said with a moved expression. That's right, what a person seeks in life is to be a king. As long as I can reach the peak of the world, it's worth it no matter how many people die. Tang Jie's face revealed a ferocious look, and his face flickered with a demonic light. The judge and the 4 martial sovereigns looked solemn and did not say a word. They were also struggling to decide whether they were right or wrong. Li Yi stood quietly at the side, not saying a word. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but he was staring at the dead, silent, empty city below. Countless corpses were scattered around, and resentment was surging up, making him feel a little cold. Xianxia suddenly said, "The matter has been settled. What about your promise? In order to display the dragon's might that could last for such a long time, I had to use up the last 3 pieces of dragon crystals. You should know how valuable it is. The dragon crystal may be more valuable than the dragon body secret treasure to ordinary martial artists, but to you, the dragon body secret treasure is above all else," the referee said. He took out an item and threw it over without even looking at it. Xiangzi's face revealed a look of excitement as he hurriedly went forward to grab it. When he looked at his hand, his entire body immediately trembled as an invisible might entered his soul. "Ha ha ha! It's the true dragon's claw! Ha ha! Ha ha!" Xiangzi laughed out loud without any restraint. He took out a pill and swallowed it. His body's functions recovered rapidly. He revealed a strange smile and said, "Mr. Xiang, I really like that ball-shaped, profound-level weapon of yours. Can I have a look at it?" Everyone was stunned and their faces darkened. They stared at him coldly. Xiang squinted his eyes and said, "Xiangzi, you want to take my armillary sphere? Are you crazy?" The corner of Xiangzi's mouth rose. He smiled and said, "I didn't mean it, but the more I look at your armillary sphere, the more it looks like a saint artifact. I really want to take a gamble." "Oh, you think you can beat us?" Xiang raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Or do you want to rely on your Sai of the true dragon? Without the support of the dragon crystal, how long can you use it? Or do you have more dragon crystals?" "The dragon crystal is gone, but I really want to test the power of the dragon body secret treasure you gave me." Xiangzi smiled. "Xiangzi, are you crazy?" Tang Jie said angrily. "You only have 4 dragon body secret treasures. Do you think you can transform into a true dragon? If you don't seek death, you won't die. It seems that this saying has to be verified again." Xiangzi snorted sarcastically. "You're a shameless person who can even betray his own clan. What face do you have to speak to me? He's just a clown. You coward. Damn it. Elder Hao, kill him." Tang Jie shouted angrily. The power of the dragons might just now had made him extremely afraid of Xiangzi, so he did not dare to step forward. Elder Yi frowned, but still followed the order and rushed forward. In his opinion, no matter how strong Xiangzi was, without the support of the dragon's might, it was impossible to defeat him. He sent a palm strike in the air to test Xiangzi's strength. "Ha-ha! The lackeys go first. Never mind. I'll show you the power of a dragon body artifact. Every time you collect one, your strength will increase tenfold." Xiangzi's aura changed and he transformed into a dragon once again. The true dragon's claw immediately fused into his body, and one of his arms turned crimson black as he grabbed at the palm shadow in the air. Bang! Elder Hao's palm shadow was immediately crushed into pieces. His expression suddenly changed. After the claw, the dragon's might shook down without weakening, causing him to retreat in shock. The dragon scales on Xiangzi's body appeared once again. 2 horns grew on his head. One of his hands turned into a black claw, and the other held the long whip of the dragon's spine. He stood domineeringly in the air and laughed. "Ha-ha! Strength, an unparalleled power. Although the 4 dragon body secret treasures can't transform me into a true dragon, it's enough for me to become a half-dragon. Xiang, Do I have the right to ask you to take a look at the armillary sphere? Elder E was furious. Just as he was about to rush forward, he was stopped by E, who said indifferently, "All right, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it properly." He made a simple seal with his right hand and the armillary sphere flew out from his chest. Under the shimmering light, stars appeared and the sky darkened. Xianxia's hand that was holding the dragon's spine whip suddenly tightened, and he was on full alert. Although the profound level weapon's aura did not make him feel uncomfortable, he was facing a legendary saint weapon after all. Its power had only been heard of in legends, so it was impossible for him not to be nervous. Starlight, fall. Xiang pointed. The stars in the sky suddenly exploded with powerful light. One by one, they broke away from their original trajectory and began to fall from the sky, flying towards Xianxia. Starlight fell like rain. Humph, is this the power of a saint artifact? Please don't disappoint me. The dragon whip in Xianxia's hand shook and instantly let out a shocking dragon roar. It gradually formed into circles that surrounded him. The dragon-shaped whip continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and a terrifying aura spread out. Heaven Demon Shocking Dragon Whip. He let out a loud cry and lashed out with his dragon whip. The entire night sky was split into countless spaces of various sizes by this whip. The power of the black dragon swept up and swallowed the stars in the sky one by one. Xiang looked on coldly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He clenched his fist and said softly, "Explode!" Xianxia's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked in shock at the long whip that was already filled with specks of starlight. It suddenly shone as bright as day, and an unparalleled force had directly cut off his dragon chi. Boom! The dragon whip exploded at this moment and shrank rapidly, returning to the appearance of Luo Ho's spear. Not only did it lose all its spiritual energy, but there were also cracks on it. Xianxia was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The dragon armor was damaged, and even his power showed a rapid decline. In his shock, he suddenly lifted the spear and turned into a ray of light to escape into the distance, leaving behind only a self-mocking laugh. "Haha, Mr. Xiang, you're so interesting. I was just joking with you, and you actually took it seriously. I've never seen such a serious person like you. See you again. No need to send me off." Xiang's expression did not change. He pointed in the air and kept the armillary sphere back into his body. The sky returned to its clear state. Elder Tong also had a look of horror on his face. Just now, he had estimated the power of Xianxia's casual grab. He did not expect that such a powerful whip would be destroyed along with the profound level weapon by the armillary sphere. "Chase him. Why don't you kill him?" Tang Jie looked in the direction that Xianxia had escaped in and asked loudly with a stomach full of anger. Xiang looked at him indifferently and ignored him, saying softly, "It's all over. Let's go." Seeing Tang Jie's face gradually turning pale, Li stepped forward and explained, "The armillary sphere has been repaired, but with Lord Xiang's current strength, he is still unable to control it to his heart's content. The attack just now seemed casual, but it was already most of Lord Xiang's strength. Even though Xianxia lost a treasure, he's not someone we can kill easily." Tang Jie's expression slowly turned for the better. He snorted and said, "So that's how it is. If you want to recover your previous strength, you can't do it without the support of the huge resources of the Four Extremes sect. Right, are you leaving now? Had all those people in the Merchant Union died? Where's Li Yunxiao?" Li Yi's body trembled as well. He did not care about the life and death of the people from the Merchant Union, but the name Li Yunxiao had touched his nerves, and he pricked up his ears to listen. The judge's pupils constricted slightly. Li Yunxiao has entered the spatial rift, so his life and death are in the hands of heaven. But I think he's the man of destiny. I don't think he'll die, will he? He didn't really believe his own words, but he thought so in his heart. As for those people in the Merchant Union, Xiang looked down and chuckled. There should still be some big rats around, but with our current strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to clean them up. What? They didn't die. If Luo Ying and the others are not dead, and the power of the merchant union is still there, won't we be in danger? Tang Jie was shocked and cried out. Other than those from the 7 merchant alliances, Shang said calmly, the rest are all dead. With the 4 extremes sex power and US, there's nothing to be afraid of. Since your father has chosen to cooperate with us, he must have his own ideas and confidence. You don't have to worry about it. Tang Jie's face sank as he felt the brutal qi in his stomach swell up uncomfortably. Humph! Tang Jie snorted coldly. Such a large-scale operation only killed a few small fries. The effect is too poor. Li glanced at him and said indifferently, our purpose is not to kill. We just want to repair the armillary sphere. Now it seems that we have done it. Li Yunxiao, you better not die. I'm waiting to skin you myself. Li Yi's face was filled with ferocity as he spoke ruthlessly. There will be a chance, let's go, the referee said. His decision was the highest order. Although Tang Jie was dissatisfied, he would not resist. Li took out her 9 Li battle drum and everyone jumped onto it. The battle drum immediately turned into a white light and flew into the sky, disappearing into the distance. There was a dead silence on the ground. Corpses could be seen everywhere. They were all far away from the divine light and had been shaken out. Those who had been directly hit had long since disappeared without a trace. This time, the 2 duels of the Merchant Union had not expected such an ending. Songyue City, known as the world's merchant city, had been completely destroyed. Not to mention becoming a dead city, only the traces of the city were left. Boom! In the middle of the ruined square, a loud noise came from the ground. The ground suddenly cracked open, and the heaven-suppressing pagoda rose up like bamboo shoots. A complex array appeared around the pagoda, but it gradually faded and finally disappeared. Voila, the formation shattered like a mirror, and the heaven-suppressing pagoda lost all its light. The people inside were directly jolted out of the pagoda and fell to the ground, each and every one of them exhausted. In order to resist the divine light, the pagoda had almost absorbed all of their energy, and they were almost like a lamp without oil. At this moment, as they looked at the scene around them, the joy of surviving a disaster instantly disappeared. All of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief, their eyes filled with endless sorrow. Cui Bo felt his throat go dry. He said in a hoarse voice, this matter is too serious. The merchant union has suffered heavy losses. Everyone, quickly return to your respective sects and wait for the news from Myriad Treasure Store. We'll hold a meeting of the highest level. Zhang Chong, Luo Ying, and the others all looked serious. The destruction of Songyang City was enough to shake the world, and it would probably soon shock the continent. After this battle, the merchant union's vitality had been greatly damaged. Just as everyone's heart was heavy, Su Danhe laughed and said, ha ha, we've escaped the great calamity. At least we didn't die. Ha ha. Su Danhe, Zhang Chong said angrily, how dare you be an elder of a sect? You're a disgrace. Su Danhe coldly snorted and continued to laugh. She was truly happy. Luo Ying sat on the ground and tried to support his body. He was the weakest at the moment as controlling the heaven-suppressing pagoda had used up all his energy. He said, it's a good thing that these demons killed the Saint Realm law enforcers. This is not just a matter of the merchant union. After saying that, his face darkened. It's all thanks to you, Brother Luo, Cui Bo said with a frown. You're the one who helped us escape this time. Why don't we go back to the 10,000 treasures building together? The 4 Extremes sect seems to have become a place of trouble. Luo Ying shook his head and said in a deep voice, the more it's like this, the more I have to go back and ask. I don't dare to claim credit for it, but it should be Yunxiao who has contributed the most. I wonder if he's still alive. Su Danhe's laughter suddenly stopped and she said coldly, humph, alive? Even I'm not sure if I can survive after entering the spatial rift. He's definitely dead. Everyone was furious, and a murderous aura burst out of their bodies. Although they were all people who valued profit, how could they forget the kindness of saving their lives in the blink of an eye? The scene of Yunxiao fighting the great demon and shedding blood in the sky was still in their minds. Su Danhe's strange laughter suddenly stopped. She also noticed the anger in everyone's eyes. She believed that if she continued to laugh, these people would probably really pounce on her and tear her to pieces, so she immediately shut her mouth. Although she wasn't an intelligent old woman, she was an old woman who cherished her life very much. I can't see through that kid at all, Bo said bitterly. Those shocking moves. Who the hell is he? In addition to hunting down those great demons, my other task is to use the power of the entire merchant union to find out Yunxiao's identity. It's impossible for a man who can use Gu Feiyang's sword technique, the heavenly sword picture of Xianxia Palace, Ao Changkong's body refining technique, and the soul-splitting technique to show up for no reason. And his last profound artifact, the Kasaya, is also a very rare treasure. Xian Yutong's yellow face had been expressionless all this time, but at this moment, it was slightly moved. Cui Bo and the others all looked at him, as if he had some information about Yunxiao's origin. But all he got was silence. Di Shenghua finally could not help but shout, "Old Xian, why are you still hiding your information at this time? Quickly take it out and share it with everyone." Xian Yutong's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "No information. You're so silly." Di Sheng was so angry that he smashed a few stones beside him. He turned around and did not want to see his sallow face anymore. Luo Ying laughed bitterly. Only a supreme-grade profound-level weapon can form its own heaven and earth and absorb all things. However, any one of them is an earth-shaking existence. We can't make a wrong judgment. And once these things are spread out, I'm afraid it will have a huge impact on Yunxiao, Zhang Chong said calmly. I'm afraid it'll be a great influence on him. If it weren't for saving everyone, I don't think he would have revealed so many of his trump cards. I suggest that the merchant union work together to protect him first. That makes sense. Although businessmen value profit, they are not ungrateful people. Bo nodded. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Danhe, intentionally or unintentionally. Su Danhe snorted coldly and didn't say a word. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. After the discussion, everyone began to sit down and recover their strength. The 4 teleportation arrays in Songhua City were all destroyed. If they wanted to send the news out, who knew how long it would take? They were not in a hurry. A few hours later, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. What's that? Zhang Chong suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. A black figure descended from the sky, its speed increasing. Everyone's heart stirred as they followed his gaze. That small black dot slowly grew bigger and turned out to be a profound level weapon in the shape of a tower. It was falling rapidly and its destination was where they were standing. That's Ying Luo. Luo Ying's eyes were filled with horror, and he exclaimed, "Heaven-suppressing pagoda." His voice was filled with shock and astonishment. Everyone also discovered that the giant pagoda that fell from the sky was very similar to Luo Ying's heaven-suppressing pagoda that was standing not far away, and they all revealed strange expressions. "Old Luo, do you have a pair of heaven-suppressing pagoda?" Zhang Chong asked curiously. "A pair?" Luo Ying asked, embarrassed. "This Ying Luo, how is this possible? My heaven-suppressing tower is an imitation of a supreme-grade profound-level weapon recorded in ancient books by a great alchemist in the past. It is absolutely a unique existence." "That's strange." Zhang Chong frowned. He looked up at the sky and said, "This pagoda is too similar to yours." Cui Bo suddenly shouted, "Not good! This is where the tower fell. Everyone scatter. I think this pagoda is very strange. Even if it's not a replica, it's still very powerful." As the giant tower approached, everyone suddenly spread out rapidly, leaving a large empty space. The giant pagoda finally revealed its true form before everyone's eyes. It descended with a loud bang, and its target was Luo Ying's heaven-suppressing pagoda that was standing tall on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 almost identical giant buildings collided with each other, and a huge energy shock burst out, spreading out in circles. The originally desolate land was now cracked beyond recognition, as if it was the end of the world. The power of the impact covered one wave after another, and it shook for a full 10 minutes before it stopped. Many of the warriors of the 7 chambers of commerce were injured by the aftershock, and each of them had a look of horror on their faces. They didn't know what had happened. "Brother Luo, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Chong suddenly realized that Luo Ying's face was pale and bloodless. He was only looking forward in fear. The aftershock forced them back, and the dust settled. Everyone was completely stunned by what they saw. As the 2 towers shook, the heaven-suppressing tower remained where it was before. However, the aura it exuded was even more majestic, and the frequency of its energy was simply shocking. Luo Ying spurted out another mouthful of blood and instantly became dispirited. He stammered in disbelief, "This is a swan and I, this is a swan and I, is this the real heaven-suppressing pagoda?" His words spread in everyone's ears, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill all over their bodies. All around the heaven-suppressing pagoda, there were broken pieces of profound-level weapons scattered all over the ground. It was Luo Ying's heaven-suppressing pagoda, a 9th-tier profound-level weapon that he had cultivated with his life. It was completely destroyed, and the backlash hit his body, causing him to be seriously injured. The real heaven-suppressing pagoda Kasaya. What? Sudanha was shocked. Then isn't the Kasaya a transcendent-grade mystic weapon? Everyone was completely stunned. Under the repeated physical and mental torture, they only felt a little numb. The aura of the magnificent tower in front of them slowly converged, and the door of the tower gradually opened. A strong man walked out from the inside and was stunned by the scene outside. He muttered to himself, "What is this place? There are quite a lot of people. Did I land in the downtown area? That's not right, it's clearly a barren land." The man's long hair fluttered behind him, and he was wearing a strange outfit. He was much taller than an ordinary person, and his dark skin was covered in strange patterns. They covered his entire body, and he seemed to be extremely powerful. He sniffed in the air a few times and revealed a depressed expression. There's a strong energy fluctuation in the air. Are you guys fighting?" He looked at the shocked faces of the people from the Merchant Union, and the surprise on his face disappeared and was replaced by a strange smile, revealing his white teeth. At this moment, an ordinary crocodile walked out of the tower and slowly crawled to the man's feet. It lazily closed its eyes, as if it had fallen asleep. "Who are you? Why is there a heaven-suppressing tower?" Cui Bo asked. He asked as he slowly accumulated his strength. This man's appearance gave him a sense of danger. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, most of them had yet to recover. Furthermore, under the bombarding of the heaven-suppressing pagoda, many of them had new injuries. Heaven-suppressing pagoda? The man was stunned for a moment. He then pointed at the giant tower behind him and said, "You mean this? You guys call it the heaven-suppressing pagoda? This is only the core component of one of my profound-level weapons." Giggle. Everyone's heart twitched violently. The thing that could destroy the heaven-suppressing tower in one fell swoop was only a part of a profound-level weapon. Everyone's face was like a frosted eggplant, extremely ugly. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" The man chuckled and a seal appeared in his hand. The huge pagoda shrank rapidly and fell into his palm. Then, a world appeared around the pagoda and expanded continuously, wanting to envelop everyone. Zhang Chong shouted in shock and suddenly burst out. Several rays of light gathered in his palm and he slapped it out fiercely. He shouted, "Quickly retreat! He's going to take all of us in." Everyone was jolted awake by his words, and they all retreated in shock. Those who could survive until now were all strong. Although they had not recovered their strength, their instinctive reactions and strength could not be underestimated. "Oh? Didn't you all want to see it? Why are you afraid?" The man chuckled and looked at the crowd with a teasing expression. "Who the hell are you? And what do you want to do?" Ren Guangjing was shocked and angry. "Who am I?" The man held his head and thought for a while, then said, "You can call me Dijun. As for what I want to do..." He suddenly kicked the half-asleep crocodile away and laughed. "Let's start work." The crocodile's body rolled in the air and struggled a few times to express its dissatisfaction. Then, its body gradually disintegrated and turned into a sharp astral wind. It whistled and grew larger and larger, turning into a sea of wind that spread toward everyone. Elemental transformation? Everyone, be careful. Chuebo was shocked. Everyone retreated one after another and scattered in all directions. Some of the slower people were directly touched by the astral wind, and their entire bodies instantly turned into fossils. When the astral wind blew again, they suddenly collapsed and were blown into powder, completely disappearing from the world. Everyone was sweating all over. How was this an ordinary elemental form? This elemental power was too abnormal. The whirlwind grew bigger and bigger, and it was spreading at an extremely fast speed. Soon, more than a dozen people were swept up in it. Only Martial Supremes could resist it. Those below the Martial Supremes were instantly melted and died without leaving a trace. That's a mutated elemental power, Xianxia exclaimed. Don't run, everyone. If we work together, we can suppress him. He suddenly stopped in the air and formed a lotus with his hands. A warm light gradually appeared on it, like a candle rising, illuminating the surroundings. The power of the astral wind whizzed over and swept him into the vortex, but it could not penetrate his body. As the wind blew past his body, it was forcibly slowed down. The light slowly revealed its shape. It was actually a lantern, which was emitting a warm light in Xianxia's hand. He kept casting incantations on it with his left hand. The light gradually grew bigger, and wherever it shone, the wind's force was greatly reduced. It's the eternal light ancient lamp. I didn't expect this treasure to be in your hands. Zhang Chong was overjoyed. It's enough to suppress the elemental transformation. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Runes flickered on his palm, and he directly slapped it on the ground. Rays of golden light shot out, and rows of runes spread out in all directions, as if a huge nail had been nailed into the ground. The rest of the martial emperor powerhouse's confidence was boosted as well. They charged into the whirlwind one by one and used their bodies to stop the wind from spinning. For a moment, the power of the astral winds was greatly reduced, and the angry howls of the crocodile continued to ring out. Dijun frowned and said unhappily, Trash! Reduce the attacking range. Will you die if you attack them one by one? These people are not simple. Under his command, the crocodile gradually reduced the power of the wind and formed a huge crocodile-headed monster on the ground. It looked around the field and finally fixed its eyes on Xianxia. It roared and pounced on him with its huge body. Although it was huge, it was extremely fast, so fast that no one could react in time. Chuebo was shocked. It took a lot of energy to use the lamp, and his primordial chi could not keep up with it at all. Meanwhile, all the powerful medicinal pills had been used up to help Yunxiao. He poured the rest of his power into the lamp and gave it a hard slap. A warm light shot out of the lamp and rushed toward the crocodile. Boom! The warm light directly blasted a big hole in the crocodile's body, but it seemed to have no effect on it. Its whole body covered the sky and fell down. Bang! The huge gravel was thrown into the air. Chuebo managed to escape at the most dangerous moment, but he was still hit by a gust of wind, which petrified several of his meridians and spread all over his body. In his shock, he hurriedly retreated 100 meters and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He circulated his emperor chi to seal the astral wind in a small area to prevent it from spreading and tried to force it out of his body. Everyone was shocked. The crocodile was too strong. With just one attack, it had crippled Xianxia and made him unable to participate in the battle. After Renekton had crippled Xianxia, he looked around and his gaze fell on Zhang Chong, Ren Guanghui and the others. He was sizing up his next target. His cold and emotionless eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. If everyone was in their peak condition, they would have no pressure when they joined forces. But at this moment, they had all suffered great losses, and they had all given Yunxiao supreme-grade pills. If the crocodile attacked them one by one, they would be at a loss. Moreover, there was also the strange Dijun with unpredictable strength. Dijun laughed. Don't kill them all. I've been away from the realm of heavenly martial arts for too long. I have to find a few people to share my knowledge with. Whoever is willing to be my slave can live. I'm willing. Don't kill me. Su Danha's frightened eyes revealed a look of great joy as she replied. The great elder of the Empyrean One Pavilion, a powerful 5-star martial emperor, is willing to be your slave. Su Danha, Ren Guangxiang shouted angrily. Why don't you have any backbone? I'm really ashamed to be associated with you. Su Danha snorted coldly and said, Backbone? Can a backbone be eaten? Can you live if you have a backbone? You coward! Ren Guanglin was speechless, but everyone had their own ambitions and choices, and no one had the right to interfere. Hee. Well said. Dijun laughed and said, You can't eat with a backbone. But if you don't have a backbone, you're not a slave. You're a pig. I don't need a pig. Moreover, you're so old and ugly. Kill it. What? You? Su Danha was both shocked and angry. There was no time for her to think as the crocodile pounced on her. Her heart sank as she finally understood why Cui Bo was injured in one move. With his speed, it was impossible to avoid it. Fortunately, she had always been hiding her strength and did not contribute much in the heaven-suppressing pagoda. Most of her strength was still there, and she struck down with the iron cane in her hand. Boom! A huge hole appeared on the crocodile's stomach as well. Su Danha didn't hesitate and immediately turned into a ray of light and shot out of the hole. She didn't stop and fled into the distance. Humph! What a stupid fish! Dijun was displeased. He waved his right hand and the sky changed color. An ancient pagoda appeared in the distance. The pagoda was surrounded by multicolored light. It was a world of its own and it fell directly. A powerful force erupted from Su Danha's figure, resisting the power of the world. However, it only took an instant for her to explode from the pressure. The entire space trembled slightly, and the great elder of the Heavenly One Pavilion exploded into a pulp, never to be seen again. Dijun waved his hand and the ancient pagoda disappeared from the sky. It floated in his hand like a dream. He pointed his finger and the world on the ancient pagoda spread out, trying to take everyone in. He said coldly, Those without backbone must die, and those with too much backbone must also die. As for the rest of you, I'll be very satisfied if you become my slaves. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stood there. Su Danha had held back most of her strength, but she was turned into dust under this suppression. Who would have the strength to resist this supreme grade profound level weapon? It's indeed a transcendent grade profound level weapon. It's a world of its own. However, this transcendent grade profound level weapon of yours seems to be damaged, right? Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out, causing Dijun's body to tremble. He turned his gaze over and saw Shen Yutong standing indifferently in the crowd. Oh! Dijun's hand froze, and the world stopped expanding. He said coldly, How do you know that my ancient god's battlefield is damaged? If you can't give me an explanation, you'll be the next meat paste. Shen Yutong's sallow expression did not change. He spread out his right hand, and a ray of light gradually emerged. Soon, a square object appeared in his hand, shining with silver light. Dijun's expression changed drastically as soon as he saw the item. He was surprised and overjoyed. He couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, the battlefield of the ancient gods emitted an ancient sound that resonated with the item in Shen Yutong's hand. Where did you get this? Dijun asked excitedly. Hand it over quickly. You'll be a slave who has made a great contribution. You'll be the commander of these people. Shen Yutong was moved inside. I can't believe that the mysterious object in my hands is actually a fragment of your supreme grade profound level weapon. Even though I've already made such a guess, I never thought that I'd have the chance to complete it one day. Dijun said seriously, That's right. My battlefield of ancient gods was broken into pieces in the early years. Although I have repaired it, there are a few important parts missing. The one in your hand is the most important part. Give it to me now. He was a little impatient, and his face became a little ferocious. Everyone was shocked. From what he said, This transcendent-grade, profound-level weapon was actually broken into pieces. A strange smile appeared on Xian Yutong's face as he said softly, "When I said complete, I meant to ask you to give me the part in your hand and complete the one in mine." Jun's excited expression froze for a few seconds. Then, his expression turned cold and he said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Could it be that I've been away from the realm of heavenly martial arts for too long, and the meaning of the vocabulary has changed?" Everyone was also shocked as they looked at Xian Yutong in horror. They did not understand how he had the courage to provoke this person. Xian Yutong smiled indifferently. "Of course it hasn't changed. Since you didn't hear me clearly, I'll say it again. I'm asking you to hand over the remains of the ancient gods' battlefield to complete this piece of scattered world in my hand." "Oh? Scattered world?" Hearing your name, this fragment does indeed contain a part of the world power of the ancient gods' battlefield. Your contribution is great, but the more I look at your dead face, the more uncomfortable I feel. No matter how great your contribution is, it can't offset the sin of making my eyes uncomfortable. Stupid fish, attack. Jun's face turned cold. Upon receiving the order, the crocodile roared and pounced forward. It turned into a small tornado and fell on Xian Yutong. Xian Yutong clenched his fist and kept the scattered world in his hand. A gust of wind blew from his hand and he punched out. The extreme power spread on the tip of his fist like water ripples. The wind was frozen by this punch and turned into the body of a crocodile, which was howling. What? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They could not believe the power of Xian Yutong's punch. Xianxia snorted coldly from a distance. He looked extremely dissatisfied and said angrily, "So there's actually someone in the heaven-suppressing pagoda who would protect himself like this? How embarrassing!" Everyone had the same thoughts and dissatisfaction in their hearts, but it was also because of this that they had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Xian Yutong ignored Xianxia's complaints. He stared at the crocodile coldly, licked his lips, and laughed hoarsely. Hee, as expected, it's not an ordinary elemental manifestation. If I continue to train it well, it might be of great use. Light flashed in his hand, and the scattered world flew out. It generated the power of the world and was about to suck the crocodile in. "How dare you!" Jun shouted in anger. A ball of demonic chi burst out from his body and suddenly rose into the air. A shocking demonic palm appeared in the sky and quickly slapped down. The astral wind crocodile was something that had the potential to advance into the 10 Directions divine realm. How could he just sit by and watch it be taken away? What a powerful palm strike! The muscles on Xian Yutong's face twitched. Purple clouds appeared in his palm and formed a strange symbol. Then the symbol spread out. Purple chi shot out and spread around his body. A palm force surged out from the earth like a mountain, reaching into the clouds and stabbing towards the monstrous demonic flames. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the palm suppressed the demonic chi in the air, but it suddenly disintegrated after a moment, like a mountain collapsing, shattering down bit by bit. Xian Yutong frowned. Jun's strength was beyond his expectations. He turned into a flash of light and escaped 100 meters away, avoiding the attack. Boom! The place where he had been standing was smashed into a big pit, but the demonic palm was not destroyed. It condensed into a black shadow in the air and slapped towards the scattered world. It turned into a claw at a close distance and grabbed down, trying to take everything away. Now that half of the crocodile's body had been swallowed, Xian Yutong's expression changed. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed in the air. A domineering sword light suddenly appeared in the scattered world and cut the crocodile's body in half. The upper half of the crocodile was swallowed. The remaining lower half of its body was sent flying. It still had the appearance of a crocodile, but its aura was obviously much weaker. Stupid fish! Jun's face changed and he cursed. The demonic claw had already grabbed down, and the sword momentum of the scattered world rose again. Suddenly, a white-robed figure flew out from it, and the sword chi in his hand directly split the demonic claw and rushed toward Jun's body. Jun's face turned cold. He raised his finger and pointed it at the sky. A stream of demonic chi penetrated the sword light and pressed on the sword. That person's treasured sword was immediately bent, but his other hand formed an incantation gesture and touched the sword, instantly shaking off the demonic chi. His entire body was sent flying back several hundred meters before coming to a stop. Jun furrowed his brows as if he was dissatisfied that he had failed to kill the man in white. At this moment, Xian Yutong took the opportunity to store the scattered world into his body. His hands were constantly changing the spell. Lights of different colors gradually formed in front of him. Purple, green, blue, red. A total of 9 colors formed a strange array and suddenly blasted towards Jun. Oh, it's the power of the 9-colored extreme Dao. Jun's pupils contracted slightly, and he completely put away his carelessness. With a single hand gesture, a Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Each of them had a ferocious face and held a treasure in their hands. The face in front was unusually cold. It formed a demonic seal with both hands, and a circle of black patterns flashed on it. Then it pressed down. The 9-colored extreme Dao power was like a golden seal, shaking the demonic chi. The formation spell on it changed, and the 9-colored light condensed in the formation, turning into a golden color. 7 tadpole-like characters shone among them, representing the rule of this ancient charm. It gave birth to a huge power, and the demonic seal began to collapse. Maha-ancient scripture? Jun's expression changed drastically. Maha-ancient scripture? As his expression turned serious, not only the 2 hands in front of him, but the 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma form behind him also began to form seals. Black and demonic chi spread out from its body. The weapons on its 6 arms waved down at the same time, and the shadows of 6 profound weapons appeared, suppressing Xian Yutong's attack. They were actually evenly matched. Jun's face was filled with anger. In the past, such a move would not be a problem. However, his body was still incomplete, so it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with a martial emperor expert of this level. It was a pity that the crocodile's intelligence was too low, and half of it was taken away so easily. Otherwise, if they had joined hands, they would have killed everyone. Xian Yutong's pupils also shrank. He did not expect his opponent to be able to withstand his 9-colored extreme Dao power. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a while, and it was difficult to determine who was stronger. However, the people of the Merchant Union were completely dumbfounded, as if they had just seen Xian Yutong for the first time. They couldn't see through Jun's cultivation level, but Sudanha, who still had half of her strength left, was completely turned into a meat paste by his attack. He was actually able to resist for so long and wasn't even at a disadvantage. "You're not weak," Jun said coldly. "You're qualified to be my slave." Xian Yutong's pupils shrank. He saw Jun suddenly close his eyes and mutter an extremely strange sound. A few golden lines appeared on his chest and formed a strange symbol. Then, the demonic flame on his body rose again, pressing down on the 9-colored extreme Dao force and showing signs of collapse. Xian Yutong was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have such a strong power. Under the suppression of the demonic chi, he felt a huge pressure on his body, as if he would collapse at any time. He pushed his palms forward again, and his skin suddenly became transparent. A cold force came from his bones. It was the essence of ice that he had taken from Yuan Bo. It had been refined into his body, suppressing the discomfort in his body. He was in a stalemate with Jun again. "Tianjue, set up the formation and suppress him together," Xian Yutong suddenly shouted. The scattered world in his body flashed, and more than a dozen figures flew out. There were a total of 12 of them, and each of them had the aura of a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven. They surrounded Jun in an instant, and the distance between them did not increase or decrease. It seemed that they were in some kind of formation. The people of the Merchant Union were all dumbfounded. Not only was Xian Yutong's strength far beyond their expectations, but there were also so many experts hidden in the so-called scattered world. With Xian Yutong's current combat strength, he should not have been in such a sorry state when he was facing the big demon. Now, the energy fluctuations between the two of them were comparable to the big demon's final attack with the Jushi wheel. Now, even a fool could see that Xian Yutong had hidden their strength, and it was too deep. Cui Bo's heart skipped a beat as he mumbled to himself, "Heaven sense mayfly, heaven sense mayfly." He seemed to have thought of something, and his face was full of horror. The white-robed man, Tianju, held a sword in his hand and shouted, "Set up the formation!" Among the other 12 people, 2 of them were the ones who had chased after Yuan Bo's ice soul that day. Each of them had a level 9 mystic sword in their hands, and each of them stood in their own position and performed a sword technique. Under their joint attack, a terrifying force shook open the sky, and a long black tunnel was directly split open. Jun's expression changed drastically, and he was filled with shock and anger. The other 2 faces were also ferocious. They spat out clouds of black gas, and the battlefield of ancient gods rushed out from the 3 heads and 6 arms, pressing down on the black tunnel. He had just assembled the battlefield of the ancient gods, and it was still heavily damaged. He did not want to use it in a battle of such intensity, but the power of Xian Yutong had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, as the power of the 3 heads and 6 arms was gradually activated, the strength of Jun's body was still increasing, and it seemed that there was no limit. The weapons in the 6 arms began to become solid, and the power pressure between them and Xian Yutong began to lose balance. The situation was gradually under Jun's control. The sky had long been ruined. All kinds of chaotic forces were constantly colliding with each other, and a few of them were shaking into the ground, causing huge shockwaves, which terrified the people of the Merchant Union. Everyone was in danger. Just the power of the aftermath made them not even dare to defend themselves. Xian Yutong's expression was extremely unsightly. His sallow face became extremely distorted and began to peel off bit by bit. Before Jun made his move, he had measured the gap between them and felt that he was very confident. However, Jun's 2 qualitative improvements in his power had shocked him. Jun looked at the other party's twisted face, and all 3 faces revealed a strange and cold smile. He said in a cold voice, "I'll turn you into a dried corpse. Your body is not bad, especially this bone marrow. It seems that you've cultivated some kind of advanced cultivation technique." Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Jun's expression suddenly changed. As if he had sensed something angry, he suddenly raised his head and roared, "Bastard! Where are you? How dare you plot against me? If I find you, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Xian Yutong was taken aback. His opponent's power was rapidly declining. His eyes flashed with joy. With a flash of his hand seal, the 7 ancient scriptures changed their arrangement. The 9-colored extreme light immediately changed. A white light broke through Jun's power and hit him. The demonic chi in front of him was dissipating rapidly. Jun was roaring in anger, but he seemed to have no time to care about it. He was struggling in the air with anger. After Xian Yutong's attack succeeded, he could not be bothered to continue his attack. Instead, he turned and ran towards the ancient god's battlefield. His ultimate goal was to collect this transcendent-grade profound-level weapon. With the sudden change in Jun's condition, the battlefield of the ancient gods began to become unstable. Under the combined attack of the sword formation of Tianju and the others, the battlefield retreated rapidly. The world around the tower continued to shrink and even showed signs of collapse. "Your name is the ancient god's battlefield? From today onwards, I am your new master." Xian Yutong laughed wildly as he formed a seal with his hands and grabbed at the ancient god's battlefield. A familiar power flowed into his hand, and it felt the same as the scattered world. It was extremely comfortable and exciting. Suddenly, a ray of demonic light appeared on the ancient god's battlefield and shook off his consciousness. Xian Yutong's expression changed and he said viciously, "Mo matrix restriction?" He snorted and began to refine it. At the same time, he looked at Jun, who was in a rage for some reason and his power was fluctuating. He said coldly, "Kill him while he's weak." "Yes, my lord." Tianju and the other 13 people followed the order and flew up. More than a dozen sword lights broke through the air and cut into Jun's body. The demonic chi began to collapse and the three-headed and six-armed Dharma form gradually disappeared. What made Tianju and the others frown was that Jun was still indifferent to the attacks and let them kill him. He just held his head and roared. His eyes were about to spit fire. At the same time, in a majestic hall tens of thousands of kilometers away, a row of cultivators stood in a solemn manner. Each one of them exuded a demonic chi, and a strange look appeared in their eyes as they stared in fear and reverence at the devilish-looking man in front of them. The man looked exactly the same as Jun. At this moment, his face was cold, and he revealed his three-headed and six-armed Dharma form. His 6 arms made various hand seals, and demonic chi constantly gushed out of his body. His aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, as if responding to Jun, who was thousands of miles away. The man was Jia, who had come out of Mount Meru. He felt the change in his power and he kept sneering. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect you to get into trouble so quickly. The heavens are really helping me." The martial artists behind him felt the growing demonic chi from Jia's body. They trembled in fear and submitted to him. "Haha! Too strong, this is great. Poor Jun, before the other bodies appear, only you and I can share our power. I hope you can be killed quickly, haha." Jia laughed wildly with joy, and the aura on his body continued to rise. After sensing that the other party was in trouble, he kept trying to draw power over. As expected, he succeeded, and his strength suddenly began to soar. On the other hand, Jun was roaring in the sky above Songyue City. He could feel the demonic power in his body being drained continuously. The dozen people were chasing after him and killing him. In the distance, Shen Yutong was thinking of ways to refine the battlefield of the ancient gods. He wanted to make him go completely mad. "Arg! Ah! Ah! Jia! You will die a terrible death." Jun roared as both of them were desperately trying to pull each other's strength. In the midst of despair, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of joy gradually appeared on his face. A huge amount of demonic power rushed into his body, quickly replenishing his consumed strength. "This is a Kasaya." Jun's heart trembled. There was only one possibility for this to happen. The gradually disappearing three-headed and six-armed Dharma form suddenly solidified. The 6 arms gathered a powerful force in an instant. Some formed seals, some drew swords, and some clenched their fists. They exerted a powerful force at the same time. A move was formed in front of him and suddenly blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. A mass of demonic chi rushed out of the 10,000 sword rays, and the flames soared to the sky. What's going on? Tianju and the others were shocked. That one move had actually blown away all of their sword auras. All 13 of them felt an unparalleled force that sent them flying hundreds of meters away. All of them suffered internal injuries of varying degrees. Jun did not chase after them. Instead, with a flash of demonic light, he appeared beside Shen Yutong and slapped him with all his might. Shen Yutong was trying his best to refine the battlefield of the ancient gods, but to no avail. The power of the restrictions on it was far beyond his imagination. Just as he was feeling a little impatient, Jun's palm suddenly struck him as fast as lightning without any warning. That palm directly triggered the power of the ancient gods' battlefield. Shen Yutong's consciousness immediately suffered a backlash, and at the same time, an astonishing palm power attacked. Shen Yutong's heart sank. At this moment of life and death, his potential burst out. His body became almost transparent at this moment, and the jade-like cold essence could be seen at a glance. The 9-colored aurora also burst out from his body, forming a huge force in front of him to resist the demonic power. Boom! The light on Shen Yutong's body was instantly dispersed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Tianju and the others were shocked and hurriedly flew over, afraid that Jun would pursue and kill them. Jun held the ancient god's battlefield in his hand. He had no intention of continuing to attack. Instead, he threw out the ancient tower and kept the crocodile, which had only half of its strength left. He turned around and stared coldly at the shocked Xian Yutong on the ground. You're lucky today. I'll leave that shard and half of the stupid fish's body with you for the time being. I've already left a mark on your body. After this big matter is over, I'll come back and refine you into a dry corpse. With that, the entire ancient pagoda transformed into a ray of light and shot into the distance. Di Jia, who was far away in the hall, was shocked and angry. He said, "The third body." The power of the third body had appeared at this time. That guy was really lucky. No, I must get him before Di Jun. The row of cultivators behind him trembled under his anger, each of them prostrating on the ground and trembling. Di Jia's face was gloomy. He instantly turned into light and disappeared from the hall. The place where Songyueyang City was located was already in ruins. Even the broken walls could not be seen. There were only broken stones everywhere and a dead silence. My lord, what's wrong? Tianju and the others flew down from the sky and found that black marks had appeared on Xian Yutong's body, and they were spreading. He must have been invaded by demonic qi. Xian Yutong gritted his teeth and shook his head. I'm fine. The demonic qi entering my body is a little troublesome, but it's not a big deal. The last change just now was too strange. I don't know what this person's background is, so it's best to be careful when we meet him in the future. Xian Yutong's face was gloomy and uncertain. He had revealed all his strength, but he still could not obtain the battlefield of the ancient gods. The only thing he had gained was the half of the power of the immemorial squall. After suppressing his injuries, he slowly looked at the people from the Merchant Union. At this moment, everyone felt that Xian Yutong was extremely unfamiliar. Half of his eternally sallow face had shed, making him look a little strange. Who the hell are you? Ren Guangjuan only felt a chill in his hands. Xian Yutong's eyes were emotionless when he looked at them. Cui Bo, who was recuperating in the distance, said bitterly, "Who else could it be? I didn't expect you to have hidden it so deeply. The person who controls the Golden Edge and Silver Radiance, the president of Tianyuan Trading Company, Lord Ding Shan. Tianjue was the name of the leader of the Golden Edge and Silver Glow. Before it disappeared, it was also a well-known existence in the Merchant Union. Although everyone had their own speculations, they were still shocked when they heard it from Cui Bo. No one was unfamiliar with Ding Shan. He was one of the leaders of the 7 great chambers of commerce. However, he had long since retired from everyone's vision and gradually faded away. No one had expected that when they saw him again, it would be in such a situation. Moreover, the strength that Ding Shan had displayed made everyone even more shocked and uneasy. No wonder you're so quiet, Cui Bo said bitterly. You'll lose your status if you spend too much time with him. Did you kill Elder Xian? Or was Elder Xian you all along? At this moment, Xian Yutong no longer had any need to hide. The yellow wax on his face began to melt, revealing a thin and delicate face. Even his body changed, becoming thinner. A cold smile appeared on his face. What do you think? Why? With such great power, you could have killed those monsters. Why did you watch Songyang City be completely destroyed and more than 300,000 people die with you? Ren Guangjing roared in anger and fearlessly looked at Ding Shan's cold eyes. Whether you're Ding Shan or Xian Yutong, you're still a member of the Merchant Union, and you're after the Merchant Union. Is this what you want? Ding Shan looked at him coldly and snorted. Merchant Union? The so-called business alliance is just a toy for the 4 core leagues. The business alliance that I, Ding Shan, want belongs to Tianyuan Trading Company, not to the 4 core leagues. Since it doesn't belong to me, what's the use of it? What does the lives of these 300,000 plus people have to do with me? What does death have to do with me? You're so ambitious. You want to be the leader of the Merchant Union. What a pity. Ren Guangyao said coldly, even if Songyue City is destroyed, you can't be the leader of the Merchant Union. Master, this place has already become a place of trouble. It's better to kill them all and leave as soon as possible. Tianjue frowned. Wait. Ding Shan stopped him and said coldly, these people are all quite powerful, and their status is quite high. They might be of great use if we keep them. He took out that piece of scattered world and grinned. Everyone, come to my world together. Let's join in the grand event of the new era. Everyone's heart sank. They saw the debris of the ancient gods, battlefield floating in the air and gradually forming a world, sucking them in one by one. In the endless void, all kinds of negative energy collided with each other. This was an eternal land of death. It was pitch black and there was no light. Only a few auroras would occasionally flash, and it was extremely dull. The Divine Realm tablet was shuttling back and forth aimlessly. The phantom dragon looked around with a solemn gaze, hoping to find a crack to rush back to the heavenly martial continent. Otherwise, it might disappear forever in the void if it wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. A huge mass of energy was slowly gathering in front of him. It was the most common void particles. It was not a big deal if there were only a few of them, but once they exceeded the range, it was abnormally terrifying. The ball of void particles grew larger and larger, as if it was on the verge of exploding. There was a saying that all the terrifying power in the void was formed from these particles that were constantly condensed and then exploded. Could be said that they were the source of all void energy. At this moment, the demon dragon was on the verge of exploding. He bitterly raised his head and said to himself, "Could it be that we really can't escape this time?" Xianxia's strength had been gradually fading when his life and death were unknown. At this moment, he was shocked even though he was a certain distance away, and he did not even have the strength to escape. Forget it, I'll leave it to fate. Such a powerful explosion might be able to open a crack, but I don't know if the Divine Realm tablet can withstand it. The light on the demonic dragon's body had become extremely faint. He glanced at the void particle energy cloud in despair and slowly disappeared into the Divine Realm tablet. He no longer had the strength to find his way. Boom! A moment later, the cloud of void particle energy exploded as expected, and countless forces shot out in all directions. The Divine Realm tablet, which had become aimlessly floating, was directly shaken into the endless night after being hit by one of the forces. The crowd did not feel any discomfort in the Divine Realm tablet's own world. They just anxiously surrounded Mount Inch, waiting for Yunxiao's news, not daring to say a word. Yuan Gaohan's face was unprecedentedly solemn, and after a long time he finally said, "How can he not die from such injuries? He's only holding on with his conviction, but he won't be able to hold on for much longer. If you have anything to say to him, hurry up." "What?" Young Emperor Halian's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. "Old man, what are you saying? Aren't you the chief of the spiritualist department in the Holy Region, a 9th-tier great alchemist? Do you think I won't slap you to death right now?" "There's nothing I can do even if you slap me to death," Yuan Gaohan said coldly. "If we were in the Holy Realm or the Sea of Soul Formation, we might be able to save him with the help of a few 9th-tier alchemists. As for now, I'm only at the 8th step. At least, I'm powerless within my abilities." His expression was heavy, and it was obvious that he was feeling terrible. Yuan Gaohan's judgment had undoubtedly sentenced Yunxiao to death. Their heads buzzed, and their legs went weak. Ding Linger was even sobbing and begging Yuan Gaohan, but the latter kept shaking his head, as if he could do nothing. "Young Master Yun," Mo Xiaochuan said indignantly, "although your body is on the verge of collapse, your soul isn't dead. Moreover, your physical body isn't as badly damaged as you think. Master Yuan, you should at least do something. Maybe there will be a miracle." The others also watched eagerly, not giving up until the last moment. Yunxiao was not only their master and Prince Charming, but also their spiritual pillar that would never collapse. Yuan Gaohan's judgment was unacceptable to them. Yuan Gaohan's brows furrowed. He understood everyone's feelings, but he was more rational than anyone else. "Master Yuan, young Master Yun has the bright moon divine body, and the cultivation techniques he cultivates are all unparalleled in the world," Yunxiang said sadly. "I can see that his injuries are well controlled, and there are no signs of further collapse." Yunxiang was also an alchemist. Although she was far from being an alchemist, she still had some basic judgments of her own. He has a god body. Yuan Gaohan's heart trembled slightly and he stepped forward to carefully observe, saying, "Yeah, I thought his wounds weren't serious, so I thought he was just using his mind to support himself. Now, it seems like his god body's energy has helped him a lot. However, I've never heard of this bright moon divine body before. Perhaps it will have further effects." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. Xiao Huang Haolian suddenly said, "Master, please do your best. By the way, young Master Yun still has a lot of spirit pills on him, all of which are supreme-grade pills extorted from the Merchant Union. They might come in handy." Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, "It's not necessarily a good thing for the pill to be too powerful. Let's see if his divine body can withstand it. As long as he can withstand it for a few days, there's a chance for him to turn things around. Otherwise, even the gods can't save him." His words once again poured a basin of cold water on everyone. Their hearts that had just warmed up turned cold again. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Who said I can't be saved?" As everyone was dumbfounded, Yun Xiao, who was lying unconscious and seriously injured, suddenly sat up. His eyes flickered, and his face was pale. "Ah!" Everyone's mouth was wide open, especially Yuan Gaohan and Gu Yueshing. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Yuan Gaohan's throat seemed to be choked by someone, and his eyes also bulged out. He said with difficulty, You coward! Young Master Yun." The rest of the people gathered around as if they had teleported, each and every one of them crying tears of joy and laughing wildly. Xiao Huang Haolian even jumped up and was about to pounce on her. Yun Xiao frowned and said, "Don't come at me. I don't have any strength. I'll really die if you throw yourself at me." Bang! Young Emperor Haolian's burly body was sent flying by Mo Xiaochuan's kick. The latter cursed, "Pig! Young Master Yun, are you all right? We were so worried." Ding Ling said delightedly, with a smile and tears on her face. Yun Xiao kept probing himself with his divine sense, and his frown grew deeper and deeper. In the end, he said with a wry smile, "I thought I was fine too. Now it seems that my divine body has collapsed and my soul's foundation has been damaged. If it wasn't for the demonic dragon returning to my body and stimulating my spiritual sense, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wake up. Then will it be life-threatening?" Luo Yunshang's face was filled with anxiety, and everyone's hearts sank again. Yun Xiao sighed. "It's exactly as old Yuan said. If we can hold on for 3 days and let our divine bodies recover on their own, we will be out of danger and can enter a state of recovery. Otherwise, our bodies can collapse at any time, and our souls will dissipate." "It's that serious?" Mo Xiaochuan's face was also extremely unsightly. Although Yuan Gaohan's diagnosis had made him feel as if his heart was filled with lead, his absolute admiration for Gu Feiyang had always given him great confidence. But now that Yun Xiao had said the same thing, he immediately fell into a panic. "I knew it. How could there be hope? The special nature of your divine body can allow you to hold on for a while longer," Yuan Gaohan said. "But it's just a dying breath." He didn't care about everyone's feelings at all and only analyzed the matter as it was. Immediately, he attracted everyone's murderous gazes, causing his expression to change slightly. He felt that he had been too direct. Young Emperor Haolian had been sent flying by Mo Xiaochuan's kick, but he was still extremely happy. He glared at Yuan Gaohan coldly and said, "If anything happens to young Master Yun, I'll kill you first to vent my hatred. Don't be rude." Mo Xiaochuan shouted angrily. "Master Yuan, please do your best to save him no matter what," he said earnestly. Yuan Gaohan was the secretary of the Sacred Zone's Spiritualist Division, as well as Mo Huayuan's master, so he was still very respectful. "I also want to save him," Yuan Gaohan sighed. "To be honest, although I don't want to leave this divine realm tablet anymore, I don't want to stay here forever. If Yun Xiao dies, no one will be able to control the rules of the divine realm tablet, and none of us will be able to leave unless a new master appears. However, the divine monument is still shuttling through the void. Only God knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take for the next master to appear. It's up to Yun Xiao's own luck," he said helplessly. "It's up to him." Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. Yunxiang forced a smile and said, "Everyone, don't look so bitter. Don't you think that it's easy for young Master Yun to hold on for 3 days? Am I right, young Master Yun?" Yun Xiao smiled wryly. "To tell you the truth, I'm not sure if I can do it right now. My life force is gradually dissipating. It's difficult." However, Ing Luo, his words made everyone's chest tighten, and they felt a little breathless. Big tears fell from Yunxiang's eyes as she scolded, "Why do you have no faith? Are you still the Li Yunxiao I know?" "But what?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. "But I do have 2 ways to save myself," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "I'm thinking about which one to use." Everyone, hee. Of course it has a higher success rate. Mo Xiaochuan was overjoyed. Yunxiao chuckled. "I'm quite confident. Before the Kunwu Divine Tree was reborn, it promised to give me a trace of Tai Celestial Qi. With this scale, I can rebuild my physical body. Not only will my divine body's strength increase greatly, but my cultivation base will also break through to the 8th Desolation Realm. The Great One Profound Qi." Yuan Gaohan couldn't remain calm and said in shock, "The supreme mystical Qi that nourished all living things when the world was first created and the universe was in chaos? The realm of heavenly martial arts has been around for countless years. How can such a legendary thing still exist?" Young Emperor Haolian was pleasantly surprised. "I've heard of this item before. Even the soil of the living earth is only formed after being nourished by the supreme mystical Qi. I can't believe that the Kunwu Divine Tree has such a supreme treasure. I'm going to catch it and let young Master Yun eat it raw." Yun Xiao was speechless. He shook his head and said, "It's a waste to refine such a divine item with my current cultivation base. Let's wait until my second method doesn't work." He looked up at Luo Yunxiang and said, "Yunxiang, do you still remember the time in the Lightsong Forest when our bodies helped each other?" Yunxiang's face turned red in an instant. How could she ever forget that time when their divine bodies shone on each other? Their spiritual senses blended with each other, and their hearts were connected.